What is going on? In this video today, I am going to show you exactly how to build a bot that tracks all of the recent orders. And I'm talking the actual recent orders here and just to see which way they are going. You can see I have this mean reversion algorithm that's running below that we built here on YouTube just the other day ago. It's been doing pretty well. You can check out the ROI column here. I typically don't like to show off results, so that's why you don't see me doing it very often, because essentially I don't want you to just take my trading bots and run them as your own, right? I would rather teach you exactly how to build yourself so you can automate strategies for the rest of your life. Of course, this is my testing account, so I just use as small of amounts as possible, but the mean reversion strategy that we built the other day here is doing pretty well thus far. But the thing is like, I can't just say, hey, use my bot. And that's why I don't show off my ROI very much. So I know a lot of people have been asking, like, show us results, show us results. Well, there's some results, but my reason I probably won't be showing results moving forward is because it's dangerous. It's getting into the fine lines of like, hey, get my trading algorithm and become a millionaire. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to pitch that. I don't want to act like you're going to make a ton of money if you build my trading bot. You have to have your own strategy. And if you have your own strategy, then you can automate it. And if you can automate your own strategy based off of my videos that I teach you, then for the rest of your life, whenever you have a new strategy, you'll be able to automate it, right? So, you know, the results are cool. Here's probably one of the only times I'm gonna really show you the results, because we did build this one together and I actually accidentally left it on all weekend, and you know, it did all right. So you can do the math there on the ROI column. Typically what I do after this is I put it into production, I scale it up with a little bit more cash. Of course, I'm just using the bare minimum right now, and so on. So in this video, we're gonna build something really cool. I'm gonna go over here to my Twitter at moondev on YT, and I'll talk about it really quickly. I said, ever read the tape? I'm gonna build a trading algorithm today that totals up the recent orders. So right now we've already built something that looks at the recent orders, and I'm not talking about the order book, I'm talking about the actual orders here. And I want to total them up to see if it's more heavy on the buy side or the sell side. So we have our recent trades here. We're going to be really diving into that today. I try to explain everything here on my Twitter because I know it's a little easier to understand sometimes when I write it out. And yeah, let's get into it. You can always follow me here if you like. But the one thing I do appreciate is if you do tap the like button, because I don't think any algo trader out there is really going to show you this type of stuff, and I'm here showing it all for free on YouTube. So let's dive into it. And by the way, I'm going to fly through things, so if you ever need extra help or you have questions and you want to talk to me or any of that stuff, feel free to check out the link below. I put together an algo trade camp. Pretty much I show you everything I know about algorithmic trading, so you can then go ahead and build your own strategies that are automated. And that's the key. I have to keep harping on that, is I don't want, you know, I do walk you through a bunch of my algorithms in the trade camp, but at the end of the day, I would rather teach you how to build your own strategies into your bot opposed to just using mine. Sure, mine are good, but like, I think you'll have much more success if you can actually learn and comprehend and then use your own strategies. Because the thing is, you don't know when I'm turning off my algorithms or turning on, or which one I'm running. So it's just like forever. I never want you to think that, hey, you're just gonna join my algo trade camp, download the code and run it and become a bajillionaire, right? Like, no, I'm not guaranteeing that, and I don't want to pitch that ever. So just want to make that super clear before we do move forward. But let's go ahead and say, not order book. We want recent trades total. Let's call it that. And I'm gonna put a little tag here. What is it? Okay. And the first thing we're going to do is we're just going to pull in some information. Actually, let's go ahead and write what we're going to build. And I already wrote it, so I'm just going to copy it from my Twitter. I'm going to build a trading algorithm that, and I'll walk through it one more time. And this is what I do here on this YouTube channel is I show exactly step by step how I build everything out, so you get full access to it here. All I do ask is you tap the like button, because that really helps me keep going. So let's make this a little bit smaller and this a little bit bigger. And let's keep an eye on the chart. You can probably hear my bot going crazy in the background. Looks like we're up in some positions, down in some positions, but that at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. It's a little distracting, to be honest, to have the noise. So I might go ahead and just exit out of here and use this as the, yeah, that noise is gonna get to me. So I'm gonna exit out of there, and let's just use this as the chart for now. And let's go ahead and make our imports and connect to our exchange. So it's not too hard. Just gonna paste in this code, since that's one of my favorite parts of algo trading is you can just copy and paste things. So just a bunch of imports we're doing: pandas, numpy, this nice functions file we've built throughout our times together. And essentially what we're gonna do is we're gonna start building the bot. So let's say def bot, and this bot, remember, it's gonna look at the recent trades. Oh, that's why I had the account open, because I'm trying to see the recent trades. So let's go back. And let's go, we're gonna do this for BTC. So I'm gonna have to be okay with the sounds that it's making. I guess I could mute it as well. So these are the recent trades. You can see a lot of sells. And they're red when the price goes down, I believe. So they're red when the price is going down and green when it's going up. So it's pretty much saying like, hey, somebody crossed over and just took this order. So let's go ahead and build it out here. The first thing we want to say is print starting recent trades bot. And I'm just going to call it tape bot. A lot of people like to call it reading the tape, so let's do that. And the first thing we want to do here is, how should we work this out? Let's go ahead and write some notes out. First, we want to pull in recent orders. Then we want to total up recent orders. And please excuse my pauses here and there. I literally am building this bot out for the first time right now with you because I need it for my system. So if you do appreciate the transparency, please do tap the like, and I apologize for the thinking times, because sometimes I do need to think and figure out how to do this. And I'll even, Google stuff, because I feel like being a coder, you're kind of a professional Googler. So anytime I go silent, it's just because I'm thinking. So don't worry, I didn't leave you. So let's go ahead and make a df first. So let's say df equals, let's call it tape reader df, tape df equals, well, let's call it something even more descriptive, reader df equals pd.dataframe. So we're going to make a data frame. Boom. First thing we do is make a data frame. Okay. And then we want to bring in, we need to get our open position. So I'm trying to think. Let's get our open positions. Do we need our open positions? I'm going to get my open positions regardless. Equals type, and we're going to say swap code. Let me know where you're from below. I'm very curious by the way. So just let me know in that in the comment section. Let's do femex.fetch balance and pass in the params, and then open positions. Probably don't even need this, but we'll see. I always like to have it accessible because at the end of the day, I want to build a bot off this. So right now I'm just trying to get the the recent trades, but I want to keep building on this file. If you want me to turn this after I get the recent trades and total it up, my goal, or what I'm gonna do no matter what pretty much, is look at okay, is there more buys or are there more sells in the last 10, 20, 30 minutes, an hour? And then that's just gonna be a new indicator for my bot. So maybe you use the SMA or whatever indicator you might be using, but I will use this as one of my indicators. So let's see what else we can do here. Let's grab all the recent trades, because this is kind of what we're going for. Recent trades, and how do we get those? Let's do an out file, open. Let's say recent trades.json. I'm gonna have to make that, I believe, and we'll do a write. So let's make this file real quick, and let's call it that, just like that. And this is where we'll store our recent trades. And we're essentially doing like a write function here, and then we'll have to make sure to close it because I always forget to close it. Trades equals femex dot fetch trades, and you can see I set femex right here, and then we're going to pass in the symbol. So I believe our symbol is BTC USD. Is that what we want? Yes, it is actually. So I usually trade on UBTC USD, but because it's backed with US dollar, which just makes accounting a little bit easier, but there's more volume on the BTC USD. So I'm gonna watch that, and you can see symbol here. Looks like we just hit our target on one of these other bots, which is neat. I like to run this. I'm still running this mean reversion strategy. You can see this one's down 6%, this one's up 5%. This one just hit its target of 9%, so it's exiting. 7. Okay, it looks like it's doing well, but it doesn't matter. Like in my mind, I don't really care about one trade. This is like a 10,000 trade game over a long time, and as long as my percentage is 55%, 56%, then I'm living good, living real good. Let's see what else here. So we get our trades, put it in there. And then we want to do a JSON.dump. I'm gonna stop talking so much. Let's get some code out because it is time, and your time is valuable. So let's close the file now, and this should run now. Let's go ahead and run the bot and see if it works. It should dump a bunch of trades into a JSON file. My key's messed up. Okay, I need to do this without exposing my key, because I've exposed my key before. And if I do, just don't steal my funds because there's not many in there. It's just my testing account. Okay, now let's run it. Starting tape. Positions. You probably saw that before I did. This is why we test early, because then it just makes it a lot easier. So starting tape. Okay, cool, we're done. Let's go ahead and see what this looks like. Now these are all the orders. Look at that. These are all the recent trades. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I don't know what that pop-up said, but it said something about this file. Okay, so now we're gonna just keep moving. So we got our recent trades, and now we want to make a data frame of those recent trades. Recent trades. Okay, so how do we do that? df equals pd dot read JSON, and we want to bring in those recent. I should have copied and pasted because my typing is whack. So I bring in those recent trades, and I set the date time to equal df date time dot dt dot strf f time strf time, and then I make, my fingers don't like this one, but getting better, capital Y, and this is just putting it into format for me, pretty much, and for my machine. So we're doing month, day, year, hour, minute, second. So df equals df dot drop, and then we want to drop a couple columns. We want to drop the cost column, and you can see that here. We want to get rid of like a bunch of this stuff. Cost, info, timestamp, ID, fee, order, taker, excuse me, this is too long, I know, taker or maker, fees, what else, and then type. Okay, and now what else do we want to do here? Oh, we need to change the amount. It's in a weird, we just need to multiply it by a ton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think that's right. And then df equals df dot amount is over 1, 2, 3, 4. So over 10,000. So I only want the df where the amount is over 10,000, meaning it's a fairly big order. And I might want to make that smaller, but let's go ahead and print df now and see what we have, because I know it's been a minute. So we have an error, probably a typo because I'm typing weird. 43 recent trades. I told you I should have done that. Should have copy paste in the first place. Oops. Take or make again, should have just copied pasted. Sorry for all my typos. I give this excuse every time, but I have a mic in front of me. It makes my elbows go weird. Oh, okay. Let's see here. Look at that. We hit a buy to close because of a max loss. Neo. That's okay though. At the end of the day, like I said, it doesn't really matter. As long as I'm winning 55% of the time, which I think this mean reversion is much higher than that. Yeah, it looks much higher than that. As long as I'm winning 55% of the time, minimum, overall, across 1,000, 10,000 trades, we're gonna be winning. Especially since I only do limit orders and I get paid to do limit orders. So that's dope. I just printed the DF, and essentially Now we're only showing the amounts that are over 10,000. Now that's a pretty big amount. Let's see what 10,000 is. 10, 1, 2, 3. $38,000. Put it at 0x leverage as it was at 6, I believe. Put it at 1. Holy smokes, these are big orders. 10,000 count. Huh. So what if I put 5,000 instead? Okay. So now the amount is 5,000. Let's see if we can find these orders. Okay, so how would we find these orders? 1226. What is this? S? I forgot to put the percentage. I'm making all types of errors this morning. I'm sorry. I think I need another cup of coffee or something. Okay, so I just ran this at 59, 26, 59, 26, 58. Is this looking at the right order book? I'm just gonna keep running until I can find an order. $9,118. This is the amount, right? 23,151, 148. I don't think this is the right order book. How can we test that though? So we're doing BTC USD, symbol on Femex. Symbol. This has to be the right order book. Unless it's doing the order book of spot, but I don't think it is. Just keep running this until I see an order that's the same. Because I know we've built something like this before. So 17,10095 at 1234. 2834. 28. Doesn't even have 2834 yet. $28. BTC USD, BTC, right? We're there. I bet we're not there actually. We're on it, yeah. BTC USD. Oh, this is USD margin. My bad. That's why it's not looking good. Let's type in BTC. Oh, they changed it on me. Oh, maybe they got rid of it. What? Where'd it go? There used to be a BTC backed one. That's super weird. All right, well, if you're not gonna give us that anymore, I feel like they took away the BTC USD pairing like in the last day or so. But anyways, so now we have this, and let's see if we can match any of these up. So this one, 513, 500, 513, 1764 is right here. There we go. There's that. I can remove all these zeros now, which is nice. I'm very confuzzled because Femex used to have a BTC backed BTC USD. Oh, sorry, it's right there. Silly guy. I just can't read. Let's go ahead and run it one more time. Okay, here is the recent order at 3106. Damn, this is moving fast now. 3106. Where you at? Where you at? Wow, this is moving fast. See, there's a lot of liquidity in this one, which I like. Holy smokes. 3106 and 20396. 20396. Okay, we're good. Well, this is working. You can see 20396 right there at 83106, which is 123106, whatever. I think this is UTC. Okay, so we're gonna keep moving then. Since we have what we need, now we're gonna keep moving. So what do we wanna do now? Oh, I need to change the date and time. I need to change DT to epoch time. So let's do that real quick. DF, date time, PD.to date time, DF, date time, format equals this, so I don't mess something up again. And then we want to say df epoch equals df date time dot apply, and we're going to do a lambda function, lambda, and okay, so now our df should be good with epoch time in it. So now I want to total up the amounts. So total up the amount. So let's df log where the side equals buy. So where the side equals buy, we want to put the buy amount equals df amount. So df amount is going to be this. And then we want to say df, and I'll walk you through this. I'm just going to get it all out first while I have it. Amount, so buy amount equals df buy amount dot filna with zeros. And then we want to say total buy amount equals df buy amount dot sum. Okay, so that gets the total buy amount. Now we want to do the same thing for sell, where the side equals sell. So pretty much I'm saying, hey, where the side equals buy, let's get the buy amount and make it the amount. Or let's make a new column called buy amount and make it amount. Because right now we just have the amount column, if you remember. And now I'm trying to separate it out from buy and sell. Oh my goodness, look at that error. But amount. Let's go up here. It's also another reason why I like to copy paste things, because when you copy and paste things, it actually gives you a chance to review your code. And right there, I just caught myself having a code error in the code that I copied. And from there, when I pasted it, I saw the error. It's genius, right? Okay, so total of the amount of buys. So essentially, we're just separating the buys from the sells right now. I don't know if you remember the DF that I printed out earlier had a total amount. That total amount disregarded if it was whether it was a buy or a sell. And I'm calling it a buy or a sell. I know like you have to buy and sell to complete each order. I get that. But if it's green, I'm calling it a sell. If it's red, I'm calling it a buy. Other way around. If it's green, I'm calling it a buy. If it's red, I'm calling it a sell. And I am fairly positive when it shows red, that means that somebody crossed over and just took the order. And it also means that the price went down on that trade. So see here, it just went up. So now it's all green, green, green. And then there's a little arrow that says up, red, up, red. Interesting. Maybe that thesis is wrong. I'm thinking it's the first thing then. I think it's the whoever crossed the order book. Okay, so now we have the totals of that. So let's go ahead and I want to get the difference. Get difference of buys and sells. So like diff equals, let's make this absolute value, total sell amount. Shoot, I almost forgot right there. Total sell amount minus, so I'm saying total sell amount minus total buy amount, whatever that equals. Let's get the absolute value of it. So it's a positive number. And then we have to figure out which one's bigger. And then I want to figure out how to do this for 10 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour, and 4 hour. So I want to watch the order books. I'm going to have to build something that's running all day, which I do not mind doing because this is a great indicator of where price has support, resistance, and where it might end up going. So just another indicator I can feed into my strategy and let my strategy learn over time. By the way, if you want to learn about machine learning for trading, let me know in the comment section. Say, yeah, I want to learn about machine learning and trading. Super fascinating. But we need a lot of data, So that's why I love building algos, because we can scrape data all day long and feed it into the ML. See what happens. See what it thinks. Okay, so get the difference, and then which is bigger? Buys or sells? So if total buy amount is bigger than total sell amount, then print there more buys than sells. Okay, and else, I guess we can just do it else, might mess myself up there, are more sells than buys. Okay, so we're pretty good on that. Now we want to get the percentage pretty much. Perk equals, let's round this number first and foremost, and we're going to do a difference divided by the total buy amount, and then we're going to multiply that by 100, and we're going to make it round to the 2 decimal place. More of equals buys less of equals sells. I don't think I need to do this, but heck, gives me another chance to do my favorite thing, which is copy and paste. Paste that in here. Round difference of total sell amount now. sell amount, total sell amount, 100 to more of sells. Boom, look at that. Okay, perfect, perfect. And then we want to, after we get that, we need to format it a little better. Total buy amount equals some weird syntax here. I know. And then total buy amount. And let's do a print after this because we need to see what we're working with now. So F total sell amount. Copy paste. Change this real quick. Okay. And then the difference, diff equals difference. And then let's say print F, this is the total buy amount. And then we'll put in total buy amount. And then we're going to jump and copy all this. And we're going to say sell amount. This is the total sell amount. And then we're going to say this is the difference. Difference. Just type in diff right here. And then we're going to say, what are we going to say on this one? What should we say here? This is the percent difference, and then we'll do perk right here. More, and then we'll put more of, than less of. And that's going to say like we have more buys than sells or whatever. Okay, so now we have done this. Buy to close over here on, who even trades Ethereum Classic anymore though is the question. We just hit a trade here from our mean reversion on Ethereum Classic, hit our P&L of 10%, which is cool. But again, I don't really care. It's just fun to look at. At the end of the day, if we're trading 1,000 times, all that matters is that we're above 55% win rate, then we're golden. Which I think this mean reversion strategy is doing much better than 55%, which is cool, but. All right, so now you can see all this, right? So what I want to do now is I want to print the data frame. First off, I want to print this DF so we can make sure everything's working and we can be all caught up to speed, because I know I just did a lot of coding, and at the end of the day, we should be able to see a couple things. We want to see our data frame first, and then we want to see all of this, all these prints. So probably gonna have an error. I probably have a typo somewhere. Let's be honest. Oh, look at that. This looks ghetto, so I'm gonna change that back. I don't even want to look at the data looking like that. Okay, there we go. So this is the total buy amount. This is the total sell amount. This is the difference. You can see we now, instead of having the amount column, we have a buy amount column and a sell amount column, and we fill it in with zeros. That's what we did with the fill NA right here. And now we have the totals. And the question now is, how long are these totals for? Looks like 15 minutes from 12:30 to 12:44. That's one thing that trips me up so much in algo trading, is that like the time differences. I need to get used to UTC time, but it's hard for me. Actually, I guess it's only 4 hours ahead. Oh, maybe I just figured it out there. I'm gonna write that down. UTC is 4 hours ahead of East Coast time. UTC is 4 hours ahead of EST. Now, that should be cool. That should be pretty easy to understand. Now, what is UTC? I don't know, but it's the time that every exchange uses pretty much. So I now live on UTC time, and it's 4 hours ahead of my actual time. And if you can figure out where I live, let me know. Let me know. Demon. Okay. What else do we need to do? So this gets it for like the last 15 minutes, right? But what do we want to do here? I want to go ahead and maybe we should let this run for a while. Yeah. I'm gonna build it out because so you can see 12:30, 12:44. That's 14 minutes of data. But remember, I want the 10 minutes. I want the 30 minutes. I want the 1 hour and the 4 hour. If I have 15 minutes of data, I can't get the 4 hours. I have to have this running. So I think we can do that by essentially saying, hey, let's run this and let's build the data frame up. And let's just keep appending to that data frame. So we're gonna say, hey, let's start using this one and let's grab it and then let's add this new order book to it and this new one and then this new one and then this new one and so on and so on. Okay, so I got it, I think. Let's go ahead and try this out. Bear with me. I have to think about things as always. If you want this full code without all this me figuring it out, it's in the boot camp, or it will be in the boot camp. I always throw things up there right after I'm done making them here. Because I know during this, there's errors, there's me talking, try to figure things out. Your time is valuable, so if you ever feel like, hey, I gotta go, you can just grab everything in the bootcamp. Link for that below. Let's say print F. I don't need the last epoch. I'm not doing that one. Actually, no, I do. That's why I need that. I need the epoch time because we want to make sure that we're only appending things that are after what we have. I'm sorry you're not going to be able to see this, but it says epoch. Well, you can see it, but you won't be able to see it later. Last epoch. Pardon. Holy smokes. All right, well, we don't have an O in it now. That's fine with me. Okay, and then we want to say df equals df where the epoch value is greater than last epoch. And now we want to say tape reader df equals, is that what we called it? I think so. Yeah, no, it just popped up, of course. Tape reader df equals tape reader df dot append df. So now we're appending the df. And then we want to say tape reader dot df to CSV. And let's call it tape reader. I should just copy paste dot CSV. I believe. That's all you have to do as a coder. Actually, in life, you just have to believe. I didn't know how to code before, but I knew I could remove emotions from trading and build all of my strategies into an automated strategy like you see here. And all it took was believing. Everybody said coding was too hard. I even said that to myself. So believing does a lot, but I digress. It's actually cap. I don't even know how to use digress. I'm not like a super smart person. I don't have a ton of schooling. I did not go to school for math or computer science, so those were the biggest things holding me back. I didn't go to school for math, computer science, or any of this nerd stuff. No offense, I'm a nerd for sure. I love Apple stuff, I love building stuff, but I was never the one to code. And I thought I wasn't able to do it because I didn't go to school for it. And then you look at code, and to be honest, when you don't know how to code, looking at code is probably the grossest, most intimidating thing in the world. But I absolutely love it now. Like, this is just a game that you can play at any time of the day. Any time of the day. You just pull up your little computer. And I was even coding on an iPhone app yesterday. I can't say it was great, but pretty cool, because I think in someday we'll be able to do that. So essentially what I did right here is I said schedule every 1 second, and let's just run this. And then if it breaks, I'm going to sleep for 10 seconds. We just hit our max loss on whatever CHZ is, but that's okay because we gotta lose, and we are up on TRX and these others, whatever, it doesn't matter. I just see when we close positions, and it gets me excited because it's like, oh my goodness, if I had to sit there and try to figure out what's going on for this and that symbol and that symbol, that would be so hard to do. So it's pretty cool. Like, going back to my whole saying, like, yes, this was hard to learn at the start, but now I can build every single strategy ever. And that's like the whole point of coding. And like, you're watching this YouTube video, so you're an everlasting learner, and you're just going to learn more and more, which is so awesome. I hope to put a community together at some point. If you do want me to open like a Discord or something, let me know. Say Discord below, and that will indicate to me that I should open a Discord, and we can share like code, strategies, yada yada, whatever, all that good stuff. Okay, so now this bot is gonna run every 1 second. Delete that, and I haven't made this yet. So what we need to do is we need to run it one time. So 1, 2, okay, it's running. Maybe an internet problem. Okay, perfect. Is that perfect? I don't know. I should have debugged before this. I'm gonna do it again. I'm talking too much about other stuff. I'm sorry. Let's just get this going. Okay, so epoch, key error, epoch. Okay. Line 10, line 100. Epoch. Do I not have an epoch? Tape reader. Did I not make the epoch time maybe? Oh, I definitely did, right? DF epoch, it's right here. DF epoch. Did I spell something wrong maybe? DF epoch. Line 11, 114, 100, epoch. Oh, you know why this isn't working? Because I need to, let's mark this out. I need to run it one time because let's get rid of all this for a second, and I'll add this next time I run it, and that might work because I think it's grabbing from the other. Okay, so that works now. And now we want to make that go like that. And then we want to say, hey, our tape reader DF, now that we have one, only using for the first run. And then now our tape reader df is just going to be a CSV that we call in. So equals pd.read CSV. And what is that CSV name? It's this with our tape. Perfecto. Copy relative path. And then let's go back to this. Let's paste it in here. And let's mark this out. And now let's see if this works. If I remove this now, where'd they go? Oh, okay, there it is. I thought I marked it up, but maybe I unmarked it. Nice. Okay, so now it's working. So now what I can do is delete this bot, and I'm just gonna let it run for a little bit of time. And it should just be appending the newest data. So let's see here, 5, 6, 10. I don't see it changing, do you? I think I messed something up. Maybe I should close that. There it goes. So 3 new orders, 1147. The size is 2663. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so it's working. And remember, it's only grabbing orders that are over like 5,000 or whatever we put. So it's just building the order book now here 24/7. And maybe I can do this for one of them. If you want me to do this for the 1 hour, 4 hour, and so on, let me know below. But I'm going to have to let this run for 4 hours in order to do that. So if you appreciate this so far, just tap that like button. That's all I really ask. It tells me that you're enjoying the content and you want me to keep building algorithms with you opposed to just building them by myself. Because as you can see here, I'm building this live for me, you know, like I do this every single day, no matter what. So, you know, option A is I just do it by myself, or option B is I do it with you. So I would rather do it with you. Just tap that like to indicate that you want me to do that. So let's go ahead and jump back here. And what I was trying to explain is, okay, I can get it for like the last 4 hours, but I need to let this run for 4 hours. So maybe for now, I'll just do it for the 10 minutes. And then like as this builds, if I get a bunch of comments saying, hey, let's do it for 30 minutes or an hour or 4 hours, be specific about it below. Say like, I want it for 4 hours or 8 hours or 10 hours. Then I'll let it run and I'll make a part 2 to this and do it for the other hours. But right now it's pretty much getting for the last 32 to 59, 17 minutes now. This is the total amount of buy amount. This is the total sell amount. And this is the difference. So there's been a lot more buys in the last 30 minutes, or how many minutes? 17 minutes. Yeah. Okay, so that's pretty cool. We could do it in 10 minutes. We could make this smaller pretty easily. Longer, it needs to run for a while. I'm just trying to think about how would we do this for the last 10 minutes. Pretty easy. We would just say anything. You'd take the epoch time. So we would, what's 10 minutes in epoch time? 600 seconds equals 10 minutes in epoch. So if you don't know what epoch time is, it's essentially time counted in seconds from a certain date. Don't know when that date was, but you can see it right here. Epoch, like that. So we would take last epoch time. I would take last epoch minus 600 equals, let's do it old math again, equals 10 minutes. Last 10 minutes equals that. Because we're taking the last epoch time, which is up here. It's the last one at least that we show. So this isn't going to be true last 10 minutes. This is going to be last 10 minutes, probably be like 10 minutes and 30 seconds or whatever. You know, it's going to be a little bit more than 10 minutes because we're only grabbing big orders. So last epoch minus 600 would be the last 10 minutes epoch time. And then let's say df10 equals df and we're the epoch. So where epoch time is greater than last time. Because last epoch minus 600, let's say, is 1,000, then minus 600 is 400, then we want everything after the 400. So df10 is that, and then we could say print df10. I'm gonna say print this is for the last 10 minutes. I probably don't even need to make a part 2 because I'm just showing you how to do it for 10 minutes and you can do it for the other ones. But if, hey, you know, be specific if you do want me to do that, and I'll absolutely do it. Print df10. And then we pretty much just do all this one again. All this stuff again. So I would just copy all this down and say for the last 10 minutes, yeah, I think I would just copy all of this. I might not need to do that though. No, I don't need to copy all of it. I'm gonna grab it just so I can see it, but I don't think I need all of this data. Essentially, what we're gonna do, dang, that was a lot, huh? Where'd it go, where'd it go, where'd it go? I just want to get this 10 minutes here for you so you can go do it the rest yourself, or just let me know and I can do the rest as well. So the last 10 minutes, if df10 so we already have all this actually, so we don't need the sum, just delete that. Well, I could use it for an example though. So total buy amount, I could use this right here. Total buy amount 10 equals df10. I don't need this. Total sell amount 10 would be df10. So then I would take this and just say 10 on all of these because this is for the 10 minute. And then total buy amount 10 is bigger than total sell amount 10. Another really great reason I love coding is because you can copy and paste everything. And in the last 10 minutes, total buy amount 10, perk 10, more of 10, less of 10, perk 10, 10, 10. Okay, the difference of 10, difference 10. Let's copy this over. Total sell amount 10. So we just want to put 10s on everything pretty much. I'm just double checking I got 10s on everything. And then total buy amount 10. 10. 10. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 19, 10, 10. Okay, difference 10 and difference 10. Okay, that might not work. Print DF. Don't need it. Already got it. The total buy amount in last 10. Total buy amount 10. So I'm just changing all these 10s, and you can do the same thing for an hour, 2 hours, 20 hours, 50 hours, a million hours. I could probably make a function to do this for me. When I do this for like the hourly and the daily and the monthly and the weekly and the minutely and so on and so on. Print, okay. I think print df10. If this works first try, that's funny. Well, awesome, but funny. Oh, I already printed the df10 right here. So that's the old DF. And the last 10 is 0, huh? This is the... Oh, we just hit our target on ALGO again. That's awesome. But I probably hit a loss somewhere else. So... Oh, 2 targets in a row, actually. So this mean reversion bot is doing really well. And you can see it here by these last orders. We just had 2 closes hitting our 9% target, which is awesome. If we look at our ROIs, let's get a fresh ROI here. Looks like it's doing pretty well. 9%, 9%, minus 10%, 8%, 11%. Minus 8, minus 8, minus 7, plus 5, plus 8, 10, 12, 13, 11, 10, 8, 16. So at the end of the day, like, I don't really like to show my ROI too much because I don't want you to think that you're just going to take my trading algorithm and use it and become a bajillionaire. I would way rather teach you exactly how to build yourself. So then you can go ahead and put your strategy into an algorithm that automates your trading. You know, every single day I'm building new algorithms, and I spend probably 6 hours a day just building new algos, coming up with strategies, coding them in. I try to share a ton here on these videos, but I can't share everything because you would have to watch like 6 hours of code per day. So that's like hard for me to do. And that's why I never promote saying like, hey, buy my bot and join my algo trade camp because you're going to have all of these automated strategies that I'm giving to you, which I do give you strategies, but I give them to you because I want you to learn from them, and then you can build your own strategy that you can run 24/7. So that's the whole point of that. But let's get back to this. So in the last buy amount, so we did something wrong here. I did something wrong. Because it's not totaling things up correctly. I'm probably just missing. Okay, let's make this super clear here. Okay, this is where we're working right now. So the last 10 minutes would be the last epoch time. So what is the last epoch time? Let's see what it's saying. This is the last epoch time right here. Okay? And then if you take that last epoch time, last 10 minutes, let's start there. Let's say last 10-minute epoch time, 10-minute epoch. So we'll start debugging a little bit. So we get the last epoch time from up here. And see what this says now. So this interesting. I think those are the same numbers. Ta! This is the last value. Make this a little smaller so we can see it. So these are the same numbers. Which is super weird. So last epoch is there. It's also there. And that's what just printed out. No, these aren't the same numbers. Excuse me. I'm just... So 952, and this is 8923. So we essentially want is this maybe running correctly then? No, it's not totaling those up. Okay, so this shows nothing. So the DF equals DF where epoch is greater than last epoch time. And in this one, the DF10 should be greater than the last 10-minute epoch time. Okay? And then DF10 total is the sum of that, DF10 absolute minus 10, and we get the difference, the sell amount, the perk. This all looks super good to me. I'm just curious why it's not printing out a data frame. Because we did that here. So last 10 epoch, tape reader DF, we're gonna figure this out here because we've already done it. I'm gonna do this, print df10, and then we're gonna do a time.sleep of a bunch of times so I can read it and see what's going on with that df. So it's returning an empty I think I just did this wrong, maybe. Let's just start from the basics. Let's say df10 equals df. Okay. And let's do this. So this is good. I'm glad you're seeing me debug, because I feel like this is where most teachings come into play. I've had some really great comments saying that exact thing, which is good to hear, because I do get stuck sometimes. And yeah, that's oh, I see what's going on. I might need to run this in a different file. Yeah, let's do that. Let's try that. I'm gonna run this in a different file, and I'll tell you why here in a second. Let me just see if it works first. But what I'm thinking is, well, let's just copy all this, copy all of it, and then let's get rid of this one. And the reason I'm gonna do this is because I think every time it loops, it's making a new data frame, right? So let's do A1 last 10-minute trades.py. Let's paste this in here. Let's get rid of everything. Starting 10-minute bot. And then let's delete all that. Well, maybe not all of it. Let's delete all this. PD, tape reader. Okay, so let's say tape reader, epoch. Oh, I was doing the wrong epoch. That's okay. I think I got it now. Okay, now we want to say last 10 is last epoch. It's tape reader df, because we're saving it to that tape reader df. So we want to say something like this. Let's bring in that tape reader df. Okay. And then epoch, the last epoch, we're gonna set to equals tape reader df epoch, where -1. So we're getting the last one. And then I think I can get rid of all of this. And then and then this would be this would be tape reader DF, where that epoch is greater than last 10 minutes, and then we print DF10. Let's see if that works. Okay, I think that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, there it is. So now I can delete this little thing here. And the reason I had to put it in another file, or I might have not had it done in another file, but my mind was going crazy. So I put it into a different file, and I can probably put the hourly, the monthly, and so on. I can definitely do that now. I can put all of the hourly, the 4-hour, whatever we want here. You know, if you want me to do that, I can do that for sure. But let's print this out now that I deleted all that stuff, and let's see if it works. There it is. Am I appending it to anything? Please say no, please say no, please say no, please say no. Yes. Okay, so now it's running every 1 second. We probably don't need it running every 1 second, but for example, I can just run it every 1 second, and you can see here it prints out the DF twice, apparently. But more importantly, we can see for the last 10 minutes. So look at this. All right, I'm just gonna keep it here. We can see this is the last 10-minute epoch, and it grabs the last 10 minutes. You can see this DF starts at 13:15, ends at 13:05. So now you know how to do this exactly for the last 10 minutes, and you can repeat the same process for the last hour. Instead of 10 minutes, you would say 60 minutes. So 600 seconds is 10 minutes, so you can do the math there. 60 times 60, 3,600 seconds maybe. I think that's right. And it shows us the difference the last 10 minutes. Looks like there are more sells than buys in the last 10 minutes. Awesome. This is a really great indicator, and you can kind of see it in the chart that there's been more sells than buys. So charts are solid as well, but this is just another indicator that I can feed into my machine learning and get better trade signals and all that good stuff. So if you want to learn everything I know about algo trading, go ahead and tap the like button, because I just showed you a bunch today. First and most importantly, just tap that like button. But if you want to have me hold your hand through everything and show you step by step exactly how to become a great algorithmic trader, and I even show you some of my strategies. But again, I don't want you to rely on my strategies. I want you to automate your strategies, because that's the way you'll win, is if you take what I teach you. Sure, I have a couple algorithms that you can learn from, but take those teachings and build your own strategy and automate it. Because if you can figure out how to do that, then you don't need me anymore. You just come up with your strategies. Maybe you're in like a Discord group and you hear of this new strategy. Oh, well, this guy's trained this by hand. It's doing really well. Well, why not automate it? Because you now know how to do that. So that's why I always encourage you, follow along, watch the YouTube videos, all that good stuff. When you really want to scale up, join the Algo Trade Camp that I have. There's a link below. But at the end of the day, I want you to build your own strategies, even if I give you examples, because that's how you're really going to win. So I really appreciate your time today. Go ahead and tap that like button, and I'll make sure to show you another video that shows you a ton of great algorithms and codes. Join the boot camp if you do feel inclined to really scale up. If you're not quite ready yet, just tap that like button and check out the next video I put on your screen right now. In this video, we are gonna go over how to convert PineScript into Python. I have this really good strategy here that has a bunch of indicators, and it's all in PineScript. So as you can see, if I go ahead to the simulator, we can look at the actual percent return, and it's 58.93 while Bitcoin is down 55%. So that's like 100% difference, which is awesome. Now, Pine Editor, this is not an easy task, so I want to just walk you through this. Now, I've made some videos prior doing this, so we've gotten pretty far, and let me just go ahead and do a brief walkthrough of where we're at so far. We've gone ahead, and anytime you see input here on PineScript, that means it's going to be this default number or whatever the user inputs. So I've already set all my things, all of my inputs to just the default because I've already set it all up, and this is a winning strategy for me. So I just went over here, and you can see like it's pretty simple. It's like symbol, initial capital. You can see initial capital right here. Position size is the actual initial capital because you can see default quantity is 100, but 100 it's 100%. So 100% of 1 million is a million. Then RSI period, you can see I just used the default 6533 and so on and so on. Stick around for this whole video and you'll learn exactly how to convert pretty much everything needed, because a lot of this stuff is repetitive. Now, I've been working on this for multiple videos now and multiple hours. So if you do appreciate me just sharing all this information here on YouTube for free, I don't think anybody else in the world, any algo trader in the world is going to share this information, because once you are able to do this and transfer any PineScript indicator into Python, well, then you have like a unlimited number of indicators that you can use. And you know, if you appreciate me probably being the only algo trader out there that will show this to you, just go ahead and tap that like button. So where did we stop here? Let's scroll down here and figure out, I put a pause area, and if you want to see the other videos, go ahead and watch the other videos as well, but I highly suggest just sticking around and watching this video because you'll understand all of the hard things, because now we're getting into the hard parts of PineScript, and you know, if you can do the hard things, the easy things are easy, right? So let's go ahead here and see where we are. So we've done all this and paused here. We need to turn NaN to 1. So let's see where we've gotten this far. Let's print out our data frame. I believe we're about here on PineScript, so around here. So I'll just go ahead and see that. And let's go open this all the way up so we can see exactly what our data frame looks like right now, because everything we're doing, we're putting it into a data frame so we can work with. So we'll give it a second to run. Okay, there it is. So this is our data frame, and it has a ton of information in it. And the one place we stopped at was we have this NaN here in this trend column, and we need to change that NaN to 1. And let me explain why really quickly. I know I've explained it in the other videos, so if you're following along, you know, maybe this little extra rep of explaining. Right here, it says we're going to reset trend to B, because it says these two symbols, you know, equals and this. It goes ahead and then says if this is true, then we set trend to 1. If it's not true, then we check this condition. If this condition is true, then we set trend to -1. Now, if neither of those are true, then we do this. But this NZ actually says, hey, if it's a NaN, like it shows in our data frame, then we set it to 1. So that's exactly where we are now. And now that you're caught up, we can go ahead and just do that. So right here, we'll go ahead and say, let's see here, too many things open on my screen. We're going to say source.lock, and then source, where it says cross 1, where that equals false, and also where src cross s equals false, the trend, we'd set the trend column equal to 1. So if you saw that prior, it was a NaN number, so now it should be equal to 1. So let's go ahead and run that. I'll go ahead and pull this over. We should see this last column equal to 1 now. Just give it a second to work. Oh, sorry. It's all the way over here. So trend, you can see now it's equal to 1 instead of NaN. So we can keep on moving now. That's awesome. That took me a really long time to figure out. So I did it off video. If you do appreciate me just coming out here and just showing you everything you need in order to transcribe things and algo trade, please do tap that like button. It just tells me to keep building with you instead of without you, because I'm an algo trader. I'm not so much of a content creator. I'm just doing this live with you because I noticed nobody else in the world is really doing this. Nobody's showing how to do this stuff, and it was super hard for me to learn. So I thought, hey, why not just teach this as well? Okay, so where are we? So we just finished this. Now we see here fast ATR RSI TL equals trend. If it's equal, trend equals 1, then it's going to equal long band. So if trend, and this is a great example of probably the harder things to do, the conditional statements are the harder. So it's pretty much saying this equals, okay, if this equals 1, then fast ATR RSI TL equals long band. Else it equals short band. So you can see here I've already converted it. If trend equals 1, then fast ATR RSI TL equals long band. Else it equals short band. So I also want to do this in kind of a pandas frame. So this is how you do it in Python, but we actually have to do it in pandas as well. So let's go ahead, do the same as above, but in pandas. So things are just different, you know. So we're doing conditional statements not only for PineScript, but we're doing it for Python, and we're doing it also for pandas. So we want to say src and loc, where src, where the trend equals 1, then we'd say a new column maybe. No, we would say we'd say fast ATR. We'd take this and we'd say that is equal to the long band. So what is the long band? Do we have a data frame column for long band? I think we should. Let's go ahead. It should be up here somewhere. Short band, long band. Yes, we do. Long band right here. So we'll just go ahead and say that's equal to that. So src long band. Now, or else it should be equal to the short band. So how do we go ahead and do that? So we'll say this pretty much the same thing, but we'll say it's not equal to 1. And I believe we can just do the not operator. So not equal to 1. Then the fast ATR will equal short band. And we should probably just check things to make sure it all works now. Yikes. Let's go ahead and open this up so hopefully it prints to the whole console, unlike last time. I'm kind of confused. Sometimes it doesn't print to the whole console. Like right now. You see that? Okay, this looks like it works though. So this is set to the short band or the long band. So that's looking good. Okay. Now what else do we need to do? So we're just slowly going through all of this, and this is great because this is such a profitable strategy here that I want it in Python so we can run it 24/7. So make sure to subscribe if you're not already subscribed, because I'm going to do all of this throughout these videos, and as long as it takes, it doesn't matter to me. I'm just going to keep going, and that's why I win when it comes to algo trading, is because most people quit. I just keep going, and I'm doing it for free here on YouTube too. So if you want to see all this, make sure to just tap that like button and you'll see the next video. So now that we have the fast ATR, we're good to go. We want to keep on moving. So let me go ahead and delete that for now. And then we have the length equals 50. And the multiplier, because it says right here, there's another input. So I just kind of ignore all that because I've already optimized this. So input. So I just did mult and length, just like that. And then the SMA indicator, let's see where we are. The basis, this is where we are now. Let's see if I can delete that. Make it a little more clear down here. We're at basis ta.sma fast ATR RSI TL minus 50. So the SMA, I've already written that, SMA equals SMA indicator fast ATL. And let's go ahead and say print SRC. Now this is also where we kind of got hung up last time. So we'll see if this works. And this actually needs to be, let's do this. So let's say SRC length is that, and then let's say SRC multiplier, SRC, well, I guess that can just be that. Well, let's see if we can do it without this. This is where we ran into some errors last time, so we're gonna have to play around with this a bit, but let's just see what happens. Okay, perfect. So there's no rolling attribute. For NumPy, object has no rolling attribute. So this is on line 217. And there's no rolling attribute for that. SMA equals that. And fast ATR is that. So I want to try some new things out because this is where we got stuck last time and it's pretty tricky. But once you get this down, it's going to be super helpful. So I'm going to say this, fast ATR or SRC minus 50, and then the length, let's try this as SRC. And then let's see what happens here. Let's go ahead and bring this in there. And then maybe this will work. Min periods must be an integer. Okay. So this is a new, so let's just go back to length then. Length equals 50. And we'll go ahead and say this. Length here. I'm using the TA library, by the way. Okay, does that work now? SMA, yes it did, perfect. Okay, so now we have the fast ATR minus 50 over the length, and then it makes the SMA for that. So this is looking really good. And let's go ahead and just keep it moving because we've got a lot to do here. And you know, if you want all this code and you know, brief step-by-step walkthroughs of everything, make sure to join the bootcamp. There's a link below, and you can do that. So that's the SMA. Where are we? Right here, and then length, and then basis. It's TA SMA. Fast ATR over, so this should be actually called basis, right? Because it says basis right here. And then the deviation would be, we should probably do source deviation equals the multiplier times whatever this is, ta.stddev, just like that, ta.stddev. Now standard deviation, you put the source, length, and bias. Okay, so I think we should just look at the TA library real quick. TA library standard deviation. This is TA lib actually. TA standard deviation. TA Python. Now I'm just looking to how to do the standard deviation. Okay, upper band and K period, standard deviation, ta.stdev, how to get in Python. Okay, coding the standard deviation. To calculate the standard deviation, we're going to rely on the variance function. We're gonna also going to use square root function from the math module. Here's a function called stdev that takes the data from a population and returns the standard deviation. So import math, then definition, the function is variance data DDOF. N equals length of the data. Mean equals sum of the data divided by n, yeah. Return x minus mean times 2. And this here they want the standard deviation here of source length and biased. If we want to use ST to estimate the population standard deviation using a sample of n, we just need to calculate the variance of n1 minus n minus 1 degrees of freedom. Huh. Okay. Let's go ahead and check this one out. The standard deviation of sample 1 is std sample 1. stdev. And what is this coming from? Okay, it's from statistics. So what if we do that? And that will equal the standard deviation, I believe, right? Because the stdev, and then you just pass it in. Let's print source. I don't think this is going to work, to be honest, but time.sleep. So standard, multi-standard deviation. It's not iterable. Okay, that's fine. Let's go back to where it's at. And this is the same error we got here, so that should just be fixed by doing this, but we'll see. Very nice, very nice. Deviation is that. It looks, if you look over here at my standard deviation, they're all the same though, is the question I'm running into right now in my head, is how do we make it not the same? So standard deviation, and what did they have as the code on here? Let's go back to that. It'd be mult times what if we did this? What if we just set it as a regular and then say print dev? Because we need it to be different each time, right? So that'd be 7004, and this stdev of that minus this, and then the length. And that's exactly what they wanted, right? Basis is stdev that minus the length. And if we look at it, it's taking the source. Let's go ahead and look at this statistics standard deviation in Python. Import statistics, calculate the standard deviation from a sample of data. All right, I'm gonna go with this for now, but I'll check in later. To do, check back later to see if this is right. I think it is, but let's keep it moving. There's a lot of things we want to do here. So upper would be, so we're here now. Scoot this over a little bit. This might need to be changed, but let's go ahead and put it as in the data frame instead so we can just use it. The only worry I have is it's not changing per column, but that's fine for now. We'll say upper src slash upper equals, over here it says basis plus deviation, so it would be this plus this, and then lower would be something similar. So let's copy paste and type this in as lower, and then src, what's it say right here, basis minus standard deviation minus. Okay, now let's go ahead and see how that presents itself. Let's open this up a bit and let's hit play. Okay. Upper, lower, sweet. So the standard deviation is the only thing I'm a little worried about. It doesn't change. And hey, if you know how to fix that, let me know. But I'm gonna roll with it for now, and we're just gonna keep mobbing through this because I don't want to get caught up. And I can come back and fix things later, but we're trying to get all of this in here. So this is where the colors are picked. I noted. I think this is where the colors are picked. Okay. Well, color bar. So this is another good example of something you'll need to learn, which is not too hard. So if RSI minus 50 is bigger than upper, then the color is set to blue. So we can just do it this way, I believe. So if RSI MA minus 50, do I not have RSI MA, huh? RSI MA, one back. Source the RSI MA. Well, we'll just use that then. Minus 50 is bigger than upper. So source dot upper. Then the, you know what? We're just gonna do it this way instead. We're gonna do it the pandas way because we're already using pandas here. So let's go ahead and just rewrite this. Let's say src.log / src RSI MA minus 50. Let's wrap that up so it doesn't get confused. Is bigger than SRC upper. Well, then we would have a color column equal to color. What color should it be? So if you read this, it says when this is true, then the color equals blue. Okay, so when that is true, color equals blue. But when this is true, the color equals red. So let's copy this. So when this is true, RSI minus 50, RSI MA minus 50 is lower than lower, smaller than lower, then the color equals red. And then if none of those are true, then the color is gray. So if we would say for the third one, to turn it gray, we would say this: if SRC is smaller and this, but the opposite, So this is saying, okay, if RSI MA minus 50 is bigger, the opposite of this, and RSI MA minus 50 is smaller than this, then the color equals gray. You see how that works? Gray. Because this is saying, this is like the last statement here. If all else fails, its color equals gray. So let's go ahead and see if that still works. We should have a new column called color. And I know this data frame is like the biggest thing in the world. Literally the biggest data frame in the world. Gray, gray, gray. Perfect. Now, I'm not quite sure. I want to see some other colors in there because I only see gray. So let's say I want the last 50 or so. Gray, 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 gray. Something's wrong. Well, not necessarily, but we'll see. So if RSI minus 50 is bigger than upper, then the color equals blue. Can I get bigger? Gray, 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 gray. Then color equals gray. So this would say, okay, if the RSI minus 50 is bigger than the upper, then the color equals blue. If the RSI minus 50 is smaller than the lower, then the color is red. And let's just match that up one more time. If the RSI minus 50 is bigger than upper, if RSI minus 50 is bigger than source dot upper, then color equals blue. Or else it's if the RSI minus 50 is smaller than the lower, right here, then the color equals red. And what if we did it this way? Take that out, and if the color is none, then we would, okay, we could do that. We'll do it like we did earlier. Now let's go back to that non value we have up here. Let's copy this over. Or is this what we wanted? Let's build something similar to this one. So this says false. That might not work for us, but I just want to double check because I only saw grays, and that, you know, that worries me because let's do a dump here. Let's see, data frame dump into file. Pretty easy to do. Okay, and it would be a CSV, right? So let's call this RSI.csv. Let's get the path here. Copy path. And then let's go back to where we were. There. And let's say src to CSV. And then the path would be that. And then I want to do index equals false. Now let's see what happens. Perfect. Here it is. Let's close this. I just want some other colors up in there. That's all I'm asking for. If you show me other colors, I'm happy. So it's the last row here. The very, very last one. Wow, there's a lot of data here. Gray, 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 gray. Gray, 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 gray. I think something's wrong. There's definitely something wrong somewhere. So let's just go through it and figure it out, because that's what we do here as algo traders. So gray. Now what is this? This uses the RSI-MA minus 50 and the RSI upper. I think it's because of the standard deviation thing. So we need to figure out how to make sure that standard deviation is correct. So let's just make a note here. This also messes with the colors below. Thankfully, the colors don't really mean anything to us in this. So I'm going to come back to that later as well. And yeah, let's keep moving. I'm going to make sure that's nice and big though, so I know to fix it later. But I don't think it's going to be a huge hard fix. Let's go ahead and just get rid of that for now. Or I guess I could keep it because I might want it later. Now, let's keep on moving. So QQEZ long, this is super easy to do because it's just like pretty much a copy paste. Yeah, it is a copy paste. But then it's resetting it to QQEZ long. It's going to turn it to 0 if QQEZ long equals non and P dot non, then QQEZ long equals 0. Else, what does it say here? Then it's just QQE long. So the way NZ works is essentially saying, hey, it's gonna substitute, oh man, this is in Spanish. It's gonna substituye los valores non con ceros. So that it substitutes the values that say NaN with zeros, or a value that is established in the series. So it's going to set it to 0 because we didn't set it as any. Good thing I know Spanish now. What a pandemic, huh? Learn Spanish and how to code. Okay, so QQEZ 0 and then we want to do the same thing here. So if QQEZ then equals 0, so I don't get why they would do that non thing. Because, well, I guess I get it. Okay, and then this one would be QQEZ short. We'll go ahead and say short here. And we might need to put all this into a data frame, to be honest, but okay. So we're good to go here. And now it's resetting the index, or it's resetting the QQE long and short to, if the RSI is bigger or greater than, then it's QQE plus 1. So we'll go ahead and say this. Let's just do it in pandas again. SRC RSI index so where that is 50, then the QQEZ long would equal SRC. We don't have this yet, but we'll have to make it QQE Z long plus 1. And then to say, so do you see that? It's saying if this is true, then set it to this. If not, set it to 0. So if this is not true, so essentially the opposite, if it's so we want if RSI is bigger, so if it's smaller than that, QQEZ would just be 0, just like that. And then I believe it's pretty much the same thing for the short. SRC is reset to if it's under 50, then the QQEZ short would be equal to QQEZ short plus 1. Otherwise, it's just going to be 0. Okay, sweet. So now we just need to do this. QQEZ long. Let's copy this because I'm lazy. Equals 0. And this would equal 0 as well. Now let me just think about this. If QQEZ is not a number, then it's 0. So we might want to say this as well on both of them. SRC where the QQEZ, if it equals np.nan, then the QQEZ would be set to 0. And we'll do the same thing for short. If it's not a number, then we're going to set it to 0. Okay, perfect. So now we should be able to print source.tail and it should work, but probably not. Oh, eBay. Okay, nice. It's working. So, perfect. I'll go through and I'll double check everything, of course, before I throw the code into the bootcamp, but let's keep it moving. So 0, H-line. What is H-line? H-line, built-in annotation function. Again, it's in Spanish, so representa una línea horizontal, un nivel de precio fijo establecido. So it represents a line, a horizontal line at a level of price. Fijo I'm not sure what that means. H-line returns 0 equals, let's see where we use 0 in the future. Input. I think this is just a line. So we don't need it because we're not charting anything. So just gonna keep moving then. RSI period 2. Look at that. Woo! We are pretty much done now. So we got everything, and now we're just gonna copy and paste all of this because it just resets now. Like, not resets, but we do a we do everything we just did, but in for 2, like, excuse me, so like everything we just did in this video and in prior videos, we're gonna do the same thing, but we're gonna do RSI period 2. So I'm just gonna copy all of this, and this is a lot of code, I know, and we're gonna just start at RSI, SRC RSI. We need Wilder's period for sure. Wilder's period. Source 2 would be the close. RSI period 2 is 6 versus 5. Where's our IS? It's 6. SF is 5. QQE 2 is 1.61, and threshold 2. So we just need to not delete, but bring all of this and just do it again. So let's do that. Copy here, and I'm gonna delete all of the below. Okay. We're gonna say finish part 1. Up until, what line is this? Line 84. Till line 84 on Pine script. Now, all we need to do is copy the above and change parameters. So there's just a couple changes we can make throughout this, and let's see how far we can get through this. I'm just gonna do a little bit. I gotta pee real bad. So I gotta get up and go. Unfortunately, I am a human being. RSI, it says 6 right here, it's input. SF2 equals 5. QQE2 equals, this time it's 1.61. Perfect. Threshold input is 3. Source source 2 right here, I'm gonna say this is source 2 because we're gonna grab a new data frame. This is Wilder's period 2. Is it the same though? Wilder's period times 2 minus 1, yes. Then we get the RSI, and we'll say RSI 2, and this is source 2 equals source 2 close, and RSI period 2, right? That's right. So gosh, I love coding because of the copy pasting. Now, if you appreciate me showing you all this, please do tap that like button, because it just tells me to build with you opposed to without you. I can build this by myself every day, and I do, but you know, I had a really hard time learning all this stuff, so I thought, hey, why don't I just help you? If you appreciate that, just tap that like button. It tells me to just keep going, keep building with you opposed to without you. So RSI equals that. RSI 2 equals RSI 2. Print this, RSI 2. Then RSI MA, we need to get the EMA first. And then source 2, RSI MA 2 equals EMA dot EMA indicator. So we're here. And then RSI MA current 2, source 2, RSI MA 2. Then RSI MA 1 back 2 is source 2. So we just need to change all these to 2s pretty much. Source 2, RSI 1 back 2, source 2, RSI MA 2, print RSI current 2, and then ATR, so we're right here now. ATR RSI 2 equals 1 back, and then that's 2, and then print RSI 2, source 2, RSI 2, source 2, 1 back 2, RSI MA 2. So we're just throwing 2s on everything. This is pretty dope. Then MA ATR is a 2, RSI 2, Wilder's period dose, source 2, MARSI 2. So where are we? We're here. Now we have to go to get the DAR 2. So let's do DAR 2. DAR 2 equals RSI 2 under source 2 under Wilder's period 2. So we're just changing all this to 2, and this should get us what we need, QQE 2. Then long band here, long band 2, short band 2, trend 2, and then the delta fast ATR we gotta get the DAR 2. This is under source 2. And I got a P2 bad, so I'm gonna pause this. We're gonna come back to this in the next video. Make sure to subscribe, like, and you'll see the rest of this. I'm essentially, you've already seen all the code. I'm just gonna change this all to 2s. So look for that on my channel here coming up soon. If you want all the code right away, just go ahead and join the bootcamp. There's a link for that below. Hey, if you're not quite ready for the bootcamp, don't worry about it. Just tap that like button, and I'll throw another video here up on the screen. I'm gonna say paused here. Need to change the belows to 2. I did this for a bunch of the above. So, you know, if you really want to become a great algo trader, it's just about putting the work in, but I'll help you as much as I possibly can inside of the bootcamp, and that bootcamp link is below. And actually paused here before I piss my pants. Look below. I'm gonna say that here. Look a few lines below, because I changed some to 2 already. All right, so I'm gonna finish this with you, and then we have more indicators to change here, or not change, to convert here. And this is really dope because you saw this strategy does really well, 58% return when the rest of the market is down 55%. So that's killer. Let's get into it in the next video. Check out the bootcamp, links below, and if you're not ready, click the video on the screen right now. Hey there, in this video we're gonna go ahead and take a back test and turn it into a forward test, or actually a live bot, so we can test moving forward with live data and actually see if things work. So I'm going to take you through the process of creating that back test first, and then I'm going to show you how to turn that into a live bot. Now this is going to be an interesting way. A lot of the times I'll just start straight with a live bot and see how it does on the open market, but I found this strategy that's done really well on the back test, and I want it to be live now. So I'm just going to show you that whole process. Probably no other quant out there is going to show you this information, so if you do appreciate it, just go ahead and tap that like button. But let's dive right into it. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to import Backtrader as BT. I have a bunch of different, I have to make sure I'm on the right interpreter here, 3.85, that's what I'm going to be using. So from dataset, I have a bunch of files over here, but from dataset new, I want to import get data, get historical time, and you know what I'm going to do? I'm actually just going to copy and paste some of this stuff over so we can fly through this. And if you have any questions, I'm just here for you in the comment section. You can also access everything here in my Discord and bootcamp as well. There's a link for that below. But I just want to fly through this part because I want to show you the part of turning Backtrader into a live bot. Now this is somewhat of a janky way to do it in my opinion, but it's working really well for me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to define the function here, the backtest. So def run backtest. We're going to do it on ETH here. You can see the symbol is ETH. The time frame is 1 hour. Let's make this, let's see if we can make this a little smaller here. Let's make the chart a little smaller so we can see some more code in here. You can see I have this bot running here 24/7, 365. It's a market maker. It's done pretty well over the last couple of weeks. As you can see the results there. But let's keep on moving here. So I make a function for the backtest and then I get the data. So I just pull in data, get data from candle, and then I say start date here. Now I'm gonna need a start date. Start date equals start date. And then down here, we're gonna go ahead and add the data and add the strategy. So we're gonna add to the backtest. Let's go ahead and here. Here I'm adding the data set to the backtester, and here I'm adding the strategy to Cerebro, which is the backtester's like engine or whatever. Now I want to bring in two things, and I'll explain them right after I bring them in. So this is the sizer. This is saying, hey, for whatever size I have, and I'm using a mil right there, whatever size, I want to use 95% of it. So this essentially controls, every time it goes in, it's going to use 95% of my starting value. And then here, we're going to set a commission of 0.001, which is 0.1%. So set the commission. Perfect. And then, let's see what else we need to do here. I'm gonna get back to the start date. You can see there's an error right there for now. Let me see if I can break this up a little bit so you can see it. Okay, perfect, now you can see it. And the reason I'm doing this live here on YouTube is because I actually need to do this morning. And my thought process is if I can show you how to figure something out for yourself, then you'll become a better algo trader, and then, hey, maybe you'll join the Discord and we can all kind of grow together. So let's see here. What else do we need in order to complete this backtest? Well, I'm gonna go ahead and pull in all of these analyzers. So with Backtrader, which we're using to backtest, there's a bunch of analyzers that we can use. We can get trades, we can get the Sharpe ratio, we can get the transactions. I don't know why I have trades in there twice, but I do. And then we can also get drawdown. So what was the total drawdown for this strategy? We'll see. Now I'm going to pull in how to actually run the engine, so run the backtest. It's not too hard to do. You do results equals cerebro.run. This actually runs the engine. This gets all the trades again. I have just more little things here, and I'll talk through them as well. So this is pretty much figuring out the P&L. It's taking all the trades, it's rounding it, getting the P&L percentage, and then formatting the P&L to a percentage or to a dollar amount that we can see. So we get the P&L percent and the P&L in dollar amount. Then I want to get the Sharpe ratio and the drawdown. And the transactions and the trades. So I've got a bunch of stuff here. I'm going to delete some of it because I have it marked out. Let's go. You can get the SQN as well if you want that, but I just focus on the Sharpe, the drawdown, transactions, and the trades. And if we wanted to see the length of trades, like how many trades there were, I just say length of trades, or the trait the transaction amount, I would do length of transactions. I have that marked out for now, not necessarily needed. And the goal of this is I have like 12 different signals that are gonna pop out here. And with these 12 signals, and I'll write that up here, I probably should have done that at the start. Let's go ahead. Setting up a back tester that spits out 12 signals, and then going to use those 12 signals. So I'm going to use those 12 signals to create one signal. And the way I'm going to do that is by saying like, hey, if there's 8 out of 12 that say go long, then let's long. And if it's 8 out of 12 that say go short, then let's go short. So I'm showing you a few things in this video, kind of all in one. I'm showing you how to backtest with Backtrader. And then I'm showing you how to build an actual live bot based off of the backtest. Now, like I mentioned before, a lot of the times I'll just build the bot without the backtest, but this is kind of a unique way that I thought would be interesting for some people to see how you can actually use your backtester in order to then build a bot off of the signals of the backtester, opposed to just building a straight bot. This way you can kind of run it, see what the backtest is, and then from there you can, it runs for you. Does that make sense? So, you know, every time it runs, it's going to say, hey, this is the backtest results for the last 2 months or 2 years or whatever, and this is a signal now. So here's the last 2 months results, and here's the signal now. Do you want to run this? Yes or no? And it runs. Well, I actually don't even intervene, but I thought this would be pretty cool to see. And what time is it? It's about 9 o'clock, so I always like to stay in tune with the market, see what's going on here. Looks like we're up a little bit in pre-market. Things are moving upward with crypto. Okay, that's cool, that's cool, that's cool. So let's keep it moving. And we have the inval. And now we want to get the transactions, trades, and we want to pretty print it. And I actually will mark that out for now. But this is just a way to easily see all of our transactions. You can see I have it over here, but I'm not actually using it. So I'm just setting it up in case I do want to be able to see the actual transactions here. Well, I can do that later. But in this case, I don't really necessarily care about the transactions. I just have that there in case I want to debug, or since you're watching this, in case you want to debug something, you want to see the actual transactions go through. So the next part here, let's go ahead and just keep importing some code. And let me know if I'm going too fast. Hopefully you can just pause and tweak this code to work with your code. I'm trying to just show everything here just so you can kind of expedite your learning process. This gets the last trade time, and I like to see this because essentially it says, hey, what the current time is and when the last trade was. So if I were to be looking at these signals and trying to like hand trade based off of them as well, I could see, hey, it's, you know, whatever time it is, 9 o'clock right now. Well, at 8:45, it changed signals. So that might be a good time to enter if I was hand trading. Now I'm not hand trading it, but I think this would be useful for anybody that is hand traded. Now we can get the last transaction. Now I don't actually print this out. I just have it here because I was doing some debugging, but I think that's useful to keep. A lot of my debugging stuff I just keep around because it can be useful in the future. Now this essentially shows the last transaction. Was it a sell or a buy, long or a short? Now this is a little tricky because it might say short when it just closed the position, not necessarily shorting it. But in my mind, if you're not in position, you're short. So I just put it as short. And then if the last transaction was a buy, it could be the same thing. It could be like the bot was in a short and then it longed, which could be a close. But I have it as long for now. I'm trying to think of a way to to figure that out, so it won't, maybe it'll say neutral or something. That'd be kind of interesting. If you do have any comments on that, let me know below. It's always helpful to hear your input. And then we're just going to return some stuff and print something just so we can see how this works. And then I'm going to try to run it. Now, I might have to tweak some things to get this to run, but we'll see. Essentially, I'm printing, hey, this is the symbol, this is the side, this is the entry price, this is the sharp, this is the transactions, this is the starting value, this is the final value, this is the ROI. And then I just print out the symbol just because it switches symbols. As you'll see in a minute, I do this across 3 different symbols because I kind of want an overall market strategy. Something that's going to look at the whole market and decide if we want to be in or out. So now I have to go ahead and build out some of the time frames that I want. So what time frames do we want to test this on? Is the question. And I think what we want to do here is times, and I actually have this code, so let's get the time frames. Call it times. We're going to do 1 day, we're going to do 6 hours, we're going to do 1 hour, we're going to do 15 minutes. And the weeks back, 2 weeks. Now we might not use that because we're going to use the start date. As you saw up here, I'm actually passing in a start date. Where is it? Right here. And this pretty much starts the backtest whenever this start date is. So this start date is 6/1. And what is that? That's like a few months ago now. So that's good. And then that's kind of the first steps here in order to make this backtest run. And then we're essentially just going to let it loop here. Let's say for sim in symbols, for tiempo, just a random word, means time, times, print that, and then print f, oops. Let's put symbol in there. And let's put tiempo in there. Let's put weeks in there. And weeks. Run backtest. And then we'll place in the backtest name. So we'll put the name right there. And then we'll put the symbol here. And then we'll put the tiempo here. And the weeks here. Excuse me. Tiempo, weeks, and then true. And now we just need to figure out the name of this backtest. So what is the name of this backtest? So we have that here. Okay. So I found the name of the backtest. So we'll just go back to that file, to our bot. And essentially I'm gonna pass in that name. So I named it Yaya. And let's see if this works. I mean, it might not work because I was using it on a different computer, but we're gonna have to make some tweaks probably. That's fine. Okay, so no numpy array. Where is the error? Backtest. 130. Okay, so it's run from here. And daily backtest bot 48 and run backtest. See what's going on up here at 48. Okay, so that's where it's running the backtest. And then Cerebro Metabase, see where the actual error is. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna pop off video here real quick, and if you wanna see the second part of this backtest is really good, and we're gonna turn it into a bot. So if you wanna see that, just tap the like button and say part 2 below, and I will just finish up this part 2, or I'll finish up this bug, and then jump into part 2 with you here in just a second. So tap that like button. If you want all the code, it's already done. It's in the bootcamp. There's a link for that below. You also get access to our Discord, which is full of algo traders. So it's just like, I'm trying to build the best community in the world for algo trading and algo traders. So yeah, it's free to join the Discord. So just click the link below, and I'll see you there. What is going on? In this video, I'm gonna show you exactly how to build your own trading algorithm. Now, I'm gonna be building mine here in this video, so you're actually gonna get the over-the-shoulder look at exactly how someone would automate their strategy. So if you have a strategy, and which I do have a strategy that I'm gonna be implementing today, but if you have a strategy, then you can follow along and then implement your own strategy into any bot. And that's like the most freeing thing in the world, because I'm sure you've been in the position where you have an open trade, and that open trade triggers your emotions. And when your emotions are triggered, you can't think straight. You can't think logically. So that's what bots help with. You know, at the minimum, you can watch this whole video and learn exactly how to build your own algorithm. And it's actually fairly easy to build, you know, an algo that will allow you to make simple buys. Say, hey, I want to buy at resistance or support, or an algo like you can see in the bottom right here. I've got this risk algorithm going that's monitoring an open position. And it's just going 24/7, making sure to take me out of the market if the risk ever gets too high, or if, you know, there's a too big of a drawdown. So just this is something that will, or it has changed my trading forever. And once you do have a strategy that you can implement, then your bot can just trade for you 24/7. Which is nuts. Still mind-blowing to me, and I've been doing this for a couple years. So I'm gonna show you everything here in this video today. Pretty much, I'm building a bot that is going to enter when other people are trying to exit. So wherever other people put their stop losses, that's where my bot is going to put their entries. So I wanna test this out. Maybe we'll even make a back test. I'll probably make this, this might be a couple videos, I don't know, but let's just go ahead and get into it. And I do want to encourage you, even if you don't know how to code or you're not super experienced at coding, just watch the whole video, because that's one of the best ways to learn. I know this stuff looks like Chinese sometimes, and it's very hard to understand when you haven't, you know, even started. But at the end of the day, this isn't any harder than learning any other skill, really. So if you've ever played a sport before, or you've played like chess or checkers or board games, you learn all those things, you learn the rules, and that's all coding is. So I was a big time gamer growing up, and you know, I was playing SOCOM all the time, Call of Duty, and that's what I love to do in my free time. I love to game. But now I think I found a new game. And this game is way more fun, because there can be real money on the line. Now, I don't want to say go use this bot by any means. I actually encourage you not to use this bot, but just to learn the concepts in this video that I show you step by step exactly how I'm building a strategy into my algorithm. And none of this is back tested, so I just want to give you that warning. But if you do appreciate me sharing all this here on YouTube, then just kick it for a while, and I'll show you how to do this. So the first thing I want to do here is kind of explain the strategy. So 1.5 to 2x ATR. So we're going to calculate the ATR most likely, and we're going to look at the price, And we're always going to put orders like 1.5x or 2x the ATR, and the ATR is the average true range. We might use something different, but I'm going to look for periods of consolidation. And then, for example, right here, people would be trying to get in. They'd put their stop losses down here. I would enter right here and trade up. So the whole goal here is to counter trade the masses, essentially. And who knows if it will work? We can back test it. That's the beautiful thing about coding algos. And first thing I need to do is make sure I'm connected to the exchange. So let's go ahead and make that connection. Phoenix equals ccxt dot Phoenix. And then we want to enable rate limit. Set that to true. And then we want to go ahead and get our API key. Now you got to keep this super secret, so I put it in a different folder, and I'll get to that in a second. You want to put your secret in there as well. Now, if you're not going to use a different folder, just make sure you don't share this with anybody, and you can put your keys like this. I'll show you. So this could be your secret, and that could be your key. Now you get your API keys from the exchange, so make sure I get that in there. If you want to take a screenshot of this or something, that's how it's going to look for you if you're putting your keys directly in there. I'm not going to do that, obviously, because I'm on video right now, but I imported don't share config as D. I've already imported ccxt. I've imported time and schedule because we'll use those later. And in order for me to connect, I would do D dot that, and then D dot that. Secret. Okay. And that doesn't look right. Okay, that looks better. And now I want to say Phoenix I'm gonna name it to phi, less characters to write. So I'm gonna say Phoenix or phi dot fetch balance. And if this prints out correctly, I'm gonna print it out. If this prints out correctly, that means I'm connected to the exchange, and that's good news. If it doesn't, then it's bad news. Okay, there, we got good news. We're connected. I'm pretty sure I'm connected to the same account as I'm on this trade, but okay. So now that we're connected, what is the first thing we want to do? Well, let's go ahead and put some time frames in here. I'm thinking between either the 1 hour, I think I'm gonna do a 15-minute time frame, but obviously we can change it to the 1 hour. 15-minute time frame. I'm gonna do this only in periods of consolidation. So that means when the price is going sideways for a while, that's when I will be looking for these opportunities. So for example here, this is consolidation on the 15-minute a little bit. It's not super long or anything, but I'm just gonna put all my notes up here because I'm kind of building this strategy out as we make it. So, you know, obviously don't just go run this, but please do learn from it. And if you have questions, I'm here to help. So you can go ahead and let me know below. So the first thing I want to do, I want to say time frame equals 15 minutes. Okay, limit, let's just put 20 for now. Symbol, we'll do ETH. Actually, all right, I'm gonna do BTC, ETH. I'm on a ETH trade is the thing. So BTC USD for now. And size, let's just put 1 for now. Take profit percentage. So let's go ahead and say the percentage of profit. we want, or max loss. And I'll try to make sure to put some notes in here. I know sometimes I'll just fly through this, but I want to put take profit and max loss. This will pretty much be the percent that we want to exit at. Take profit, or stop loss percent now. So here we're essentially saying, hey, if we get to 0.3%, we're going to take profit. And stop loss at 0.25. So we can change these, obviously. I'm going to set it up as, I just need to remember which way I set it up. Does this mean 30% or 0.3%? I think I'm going to make it 30%. So 30%. And you know, you see the difference there. I could have this be 0.3% or I could have it be 30% depending on my math later. But you know, we'll get to that when we get there. Just want to make sure to knock out some of this initial code. What we want to do is we want to make a consolidation percent, because this will help us figure out, hey, when do we want to enter? It's going to pretty much look at the time that the market is consolidating, and we'll put it at 0.7% for now. And I'll get to that later, but this is kind of what I usually do when I'm looking for consolidation. I'll say 0.7%. And then let's just start building out the bot a bit. I'm gonna have to make some new files for sure, but if we can first go ahead and just, let's like say starting bot, print starting bot, okay. And what I wanna do is I kinda wanna like ghost code this out, because then we can think it through. Because like I said, I'm kind of doing this on the fly because I wanted to execute this strategy today. I typically don't make videos just to make videos. I'm usually building stuff that is on my to-do list, because we don't have unlimited time, and honestly I only have like 4 to 8 hours, you know, 4 to 6 hours really coding. So I just kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone. What I find happens is, you know, I put this stuff out there and someone gets motivated to actually build something really awesome, and or it helps, you know, turn a light bulb on at some moment. So yeah, it's pretty dope, because then I just put stuff in the Discord and we can all share it, and it's, yeah, it's cool. So I'll put some of this code in the Discord once I get some good stuff going. So we want to get our current position for sure. I want to get some data. So get candle data for that time frame. What else do we want to do? We got to get the true range. And then maybe even to get the ATR. That's just the average of that. So we want to get the deviation of, get the percent deviation of the true range from the price. Let's do that, that's for sure. And then we want to make sure to only enter positions when not in position. That's something that's overlooked sometimes. And your bot will just like enter you. Just not popping. Okay, and okay, so from here, I want to build out some functions for get current position. And then I want to get the candle data as well. And get the true range. So let's go ahead and make a function called get position. Should I do this in a different folder? I'm gonna do it in a different file. And I'm gonna call this file functions. Okay, perfect. Now in this file, we need to import some stuff. Let's import pandas because we definitely need that. Say from date time, import date time and time. Sheesh. From PYTZ, import time zone. And we need pandas TA. I don't know if I have it here. So I'm gonna pip install this. Pip install pandas TA. So it's TA package for pandas. Pretty awesome. Let's go ahead and go to new terminal. Pip install that. Oh, it's already in there. Cool. Import pandas TA as TA. So this will handle most of our TA. And then from time, import sleep. And then we want to import math as well. Okay, so what is the first thing we want to do? Let's go back here. Let's close out some of these. Let's go back here. The first thing we want to do is get current position, right? So to get current position, and sorry, sometimes I need to think. Like I said, this is my actual day-to-day. So if you do appreciate me sharing this stuff, please do tap that like button. But we gotta think too. We gotta think some of this through. So let's just go ahead and make a function called get position. And let's go build that out. Let's go to functions. Say get position. And we'll call this function from this file. Let's go ahead and say def, of course. And then we want to get the info of your position, right? Okay, and let's pass in some params because for FEMEX at least, they need these. Every exchange is a bit different though, but you usually can figure it out with Google. Ask Google. Code and USD. And then we would say something like fee val for balance. Fee. Oh, do I need to bring in FEMEX here too? Yeah, probably. Oh no, my mouse just died. Or something, it got disconnected. This is no good for obvious reasons. Hey, but I can still code while that tries to connect back. So I'm gonna do fee.fetch balance. Look at this. I'm still able to go. Can't stop me. I'll pass in fee mix. Or fee, because I called it fee last time. And then I'll pass in the symbol. So since we're calling it from the other page, we can just pass those in. And then we want to pass in the params. Params equal params. And I'll get back to that keyboard or that mouse thing. I still can't move my mouse, which is unfortunate, but I guess I don't need it for now. So fee bow would equal that. And then we want to get the position for the provided symbol. And I just passed that in above. So let's go ahead and do that. So how do we want to do that? Let's say position info. Position info equals, let's do position for position in fee bow. Let's say info data, and I think it's positions. If position symbol equals the symbol that we passed in. Okay. I think we need brackets on these. Okay, is that gonna work? I don't know, my mouse is not working. But let's go ahead and print. Come on. Position, not like that. Position info. Okay, and I need to get my mouse. This is the time, because I don't know how to switch to the other page. So bear with me for a second. Oh man, I'll have to unplug something. That is no good. What a bad time to have your mouse go out. I guess I can unplug this. Not my mic though. Get me connected. Get me connected. All right, so we're gonna print out this position info here in a second. I guess I can keep working on this a little bit till that shows a connection. Super weird. Let's say if position info side does not equal none, then in position would equal true, right? So this is pretty much saying, hey, if the side is not none, in position equals true. That makes sense, right? Because if it's not none, side should be true. So my signals are still saying we should be selling here in the bottom right. And what's interesting, I don't know what's going on with my mouse, to be honest. Try to turn it on and off. Mouse off. Come on, buddy. Really need you. Need to go to the other tab. Could I jump on over? Oh, there we go. All right, we're back. We're back. All right, let me plug this back in before I forget, and this video never even gets to you. All right, dope. So we're gonna keep it moving. Let's go ahead and finish this up since we're almost done. Long equals true if position info, if the side of position info, if that equals buy, else false. And then if not in position currently, then else in position equals false, and long equals none. Sweet. Let's go ahead and return. I hope this all works. I haven't tested it. So position info in position, and then also long. Okay, so I actually want to print all this out. So let's move this here, move that there, move that, boom. Position info in position, and then long. So we should be able to see this if I run this. I need to import it. So let's go ahead and do from functions, just import everything with a little star and get position. Now we're running it, and let's just run this and see if we can get our position info. Okay, I forgot to pass in the two things. So fee and symbol. Now I know I have a position for ETH USD, so let's do that because then we can see if it works. Okay, so solid little error. I did see something that I don't want there. I don't want those warnings, but we'll keep them for now. It's just annoying. So line 21 on get positions. See what I did here. Side equals none. I think this is not supposed to be a string maybe. Oh, maybe I didn't tap into this. I see. I forgot to tap in here. Got to put a 0 there to get into the right part of the dictionary or whatever. Let's go ahead and run it. Starting bot. Okay, perfect. Cool. I got a bunch of information. And here it is. It's just kind of jumbled right now. That's all good though. We got all the information we need. So what I want to do now is, what is this return? Let's go ahead and copy this over just so we can keep it close to us. Returns that. So that's what we want. That's what we want to do. I'm going to actually get rid of this print here. And yeah. And I'm going to explain this. Get the info of your position. That's pretty much what it does on Femex. This returns position info in a dictionary. If you are in position, and whether you are long or not. I'll just go ahead and put this in the Discord too. Let me do that. Go ahead, grab this, make sure there's nothing that's gonna I should put some more notes here, like if position is true, then check if in position. Phoenix params may be different per exchange. And then here, I just want to make sure this is well documented. Get balance. And let's go ahead and say must pass in exchange and connection. All right, I'm just gonna throw that in there because I think somebody will find this useful. Let's go ahead and do that. All right, I just made this here, so let's go ahead and say add file, create thread, / command. Can I just put some code? No. Upload message, there's a file. Here is a useful function. Oh my goodness, that is ugly though. Can't be doing my Discord like that. All right, this is taking too much time. I could be coding. I'm just gonna delete all this. Here's the useful function to get position info. Boom, that's all. That's short, sweet. Like it, love it. There it is. Boom, 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 boom. All right, so I put that there. What's going on here? I just saw a bunch of red over here. Cool, cool, cool. So now that we have our position info, let's keep it moving. Sorry about that little hold up there. Just wanted to, if you wanted the code, you can have it. And let's go ahead and keep it moving. So let's hit a save. Okay, so we get all this information. Now we want to set it to something. Let's say equals, and then give it a little space. Give me some room. Let's say position info, and then we'll have in position. I can't spell right now. In position and long, and there. That looks good to me, I think. And that doesn't look great because it's a little ugly, so let's put a little less space there, one space there, and that should get us all our information that we need. So I think the next thing we need to do is we need to get the candle data. So candles equals get candle df. So another little function we need to make, and probably need to pass some things in, but this one's gonna be good. So I actually, what time is it? 12:40? Okay. I can still have another coffee. I'll have a little coffee, a little water. And since I'm a human, I gotta use the restroom real quick. So give me like, I don't know, 90 seconds, and I'll be right back.
So that took a little longer, but I'm back. So let's go ahead and get into it, and let's get these candles. So it looks like we are still in that position, and it's going against me now. I've already taken profit though. So it's a free trade, but it's never fun to see. You can see both my signals here, or I guess all 12 of them. 9 of them are saying short, so gotta trust the strategy. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm not too worried about it. As I mentioned, our already took profits, which is cool. And it's been a very volatile couple days. I got my coffee, and I think we can power through this now. So now that we're back at the bot, essentially what we're going to do is we're going to get the candle data, right? So we're definitely going to need the connection passed in there. So phi. And what else will we probably need to be passing in? We'll have to pass in the symbol, of course, and probably the time frame and the limit. So the limit will be like how many bars do we want? Now we just need to make this function. So let's go ahead and copy all of this and go here, get candle df, and put a def there so we make the function. And let's describe this function so we know what we're getting ourselves into here. It's gonna be pretty simple. So this function returns a pandas df of, I think we just want the last one, the last n candles. So n equals limit. So that's why we're passing in the limit here. I have 20 for now. We'll probably need more. 200, I don't know. Let's just get the function going and finished. So let's call it open, high, low, close, volume. Say pd.data frame. And we'll say phi.fetch open, high, low, close. Open, high, low, close, volume. And we'll say symbol. We want to pass that in. Symbol. Okay. Time frame. Limit equals limit. And then we want to set the columns. So I know this is hard to see, so let's do that. Just broke the text up a little bit for viewing purposes. And we'll say that the columns are time, open, high, low, close, and guess what's next? Volume. Boom, boom. And then we'll say set index to the time column. Perfect. So, okay, I'm just gonna write this out now. Get in the open, high, low, close volume, data in a df, boom. That's it. That's all we're gonna do. That's all we're gonna do in this function. How about that? Let's go ahead and hit return here. Let's see how fast I can post it in Discord. Return, because my fingers need to be coding all the time. Open, high, low, close, volume. Okay. It looks nice to me, right? I might as well just drop this one in Discord too. I can just, like, everything I do, the way I look at it is if I do it on video, you can watch it. and you won't have to think about it, because I'll think, and like I can only work, I can only code for like 4 to 6 hours a day. But if I show you my code, then maybe a bunch of people like yourself will use it. And that's like 40 hours a day, 10 people, 20 people, 80 hours a day. So if I give my 4 hours of code away, it's like infinitely powerful. I don't know though. We'll see. We'll see how this little experiment goes. Upload code as a file, and let's go ahead and whoa. Upload your message as a file. Okay, that's better. And we should have wrote, oh, I'm trying to do this fast. Get candle df.py. Open, high, low, close, volume, data in a nice data frame. Okay, perfect. I think that's what we did. And then I'll also, no, I won't put that. We're trying to be fast here. All right, I posted that in there just in case you want it. Okay. So now we're only returning the open, high, low, close, volume data. So let's see here. I think that's all we will need. So get candle df. I need to save this so this can activate. Activate. Get candle df. I don't know if this is gonna work, but we gotta test it. Print condos. Okay. Okay, looks like we got the data. We have the data. 20 bars. This is the time. This is the open. This is the high. This is the low. This is the close volume. Perfect. I like more bars though, to be honest. Let's see 50. See what that's looking like. Just give my eyes something to look at, please. Okay, that's looking nice. That's a lot of data. It gets me excited. Gets me really excited. Okay, so what else do we need to do? We need to get the true range. That's for sure. So let's do that. Let's say true range. True range equals calc true range, and we'll pass in the candles from above. Get true range, pass in the candle data from above. Oh, I just had an idea. I need to write this on my whiteboard. 1 second. All right, that's a good idea. I just had a really good idea. If you want to know, let me know. Let me know, and I'll maybe send a picture of my whiteboard. It's a really good idea. Really good idea, Moon. Okay, so we're gonna calculate the true range. So let's just go ahead and take this, and since I'm passing in the candles, I'm just gonna bring it with it, and let's go ahead and say def calc true range, and this function, what's this one gonna do? This is gonna calculate the true range. Pretty simple, since we have our nice packages.
Okay, and this is where we're gonna lean on import pandas as TA. So pandas is TA, that's important. And it makes it super easy to make this function work. Okay, so we're just gonna calculate and add the average. No, let's just do regular. True range. So we're gonna implement the candle. I need to write this better. Calculate and add the true range to the candle's data frame that we passed in. How's that sound? I think it sounds pretty good. So using pandas TA, pip install life, pip that, calculate the true range. True range, okay. And then we're gonna say df true range equals df dot ta dot atr. And since I use df down here, let's make sure to use df here as well. We'll still pass in the candles just like we did. We'll just change this to df because I'm passing in the data frame, which is really the candle data, the data that we get. And this is pretty dope. This should calculate the true range, and then we want to, I want to get the most recent true range, but I also want to get, okay, I'm gonna do this. Return, I want the most recent one for sure. True range dot ilock -1. So that's gonna get me the most recent one. No, it's actually not because I didn't put df there. So that's gonna get me the most recent one. So calculate the true range, pass in. Returns the most recent true range with other data. And don't know why I need to yell for that, but full updated df with tr. Perfect. That looks good to me. And then I'm gonna return the df as well, just in case. We'll see if I use it. But let's go ahead and see if this actually works. So let's hit save. Save. Activate. Let's delete that print. Actually, less characters. Hit Command X. Change that TR. Boom. That was smooth. That was smooth. All right, let's run this. Hope it works. Okay. Look at this. True range. There it is. 5.1, 5.6, 5.63. And then the average true range is quite easy to make once you have the true range. It's just what period do we want the range for? Let's go ahead and add something else here. What true range period do we want? we got the true range for now, so figure that out in a second. Did I put the code in there yet is the question. I don't think I did. Okay, well, let me just throw this code in there. Calculate the true range and put it into a df. Useful. This is a function that calculates true range and returns the last row and the full data frame with open, high, low, close, volume 2. All right, so dang, I should have wrote that after. Okay, let's copy this over. Perfect, perfect. I don't know why I'm doing this right now. I should just do this later. I apologize. I get everybody asking like about the code and I forget. So I hope that this helped you. I really do, I really do. Upload your message as a file. Say true range, call this one true range dot py. Okay, sweet, that's there, and that took a little long, sorry. But let's go ahead and keep moving on this. Let's calculate the true range over the last 20 or so periods. Let's get the ATR too. So let's say df dot true range dot rolling, and we'll say the period is, let's say 20. Well, 20 is not that much. I feel like that's solid for now. Dot mean. So we'll get the df ATR. Dang, I should have just added that into the last upload. Okay, let's see if this does this now. I think that should work. Based on the true range, getting the 20 period ATR. ATR. Okay, so that's solid, that's solid. And remember, we're trying to buy or sell. We're essentially trying to enter when other people's stop losses are going off. So, I don't know, I read this book a couple times about the turtle traders, and I could have sworn, I may need to look this up, but it sounded like they used an ATR to exit, average true range, 2x or 1.5x, something around there. So we'll play around those numbers because we can, and they were pretty good. They were a pretty good group of traders, and if they use that, I'm sure there's some bots out there that use that as well. So the logic it takes to put your stop loss, whether you're doing it by hand or with an algorithm, I'm trying to figure out that logic and enter where they exit. So the ATR, I guess I put that there already. Let's put ATR. ATR equals calc this will be 0.
And this will be 0, 1, dos. And now I want to see print tr, and then also print hey, and then print ATR. I want to see all that. I want to make sure this is working. Let's make sure everything's saved up. So I'm not sure this is going to work. Probably an error somewhere, as usual, but that's part of the game. Okay, look at that. Tuple is out of range. Okay, solid, solid. It's because I forgot to return it. Oh, I don't need to return it. I updated the function. I was thinking I was going to return 2 things. So I just put the 1 there instead. Okay, there we go. So we have the ATR on the ones that make sense. Of course, you can't have the ATR if you don't have enough data because we're using 20 points. So here's the ATR. And then here is the last true range. Perfect. Okay, I'm going to update that code real quick. Let's go ahead and delete that. We're looking good. We're killing this. Let's go to functions. And let's go ahead. Average. True range. Most calculate and add the, I should write that in case somebody doesn't know what that means. And let's delete this part. See if I can just update that code, because that would be way better. All right, let's see how long this takes. I'm looking at the clock right now, and I don't want to take too much time doing anything. Nothing. How do I do this? Delete, expand. Okay. I'm just gonna put a new file in there. Oh snap. Just get me out of here. Oh my goodness, what is going on? I think I'm just not very good with Discord yet. So this is kind of embarrassing, but whatever, I'll learn it. Upload file as a message. I'm gonna say atr.py. This function calculates the ATR okay, sweet, I'm out. How long did that take? I don't know. Half a minute? 1 minute? 1 minute too long? What's going on with this position over here though? I kind of want to get out of this. It's up a lot. It's been in there for a while. It's just the signals are saying sell. Let's see if it makes a push here. If it doesn't make a push to the lows, I think I'm just going to exit this position. All right. Calculate TR. So we have the true range. We have the average true range. Now we want to get the percent deviation of the true range from the price. This is a tricky one, but that's what we're here for. That's why we do what we do. Because if I can figure it out, anybody can figure it out, because I was one of those people that didn't know how to code. But it's weird how the world works. Make it seem like it's so hard to learn new things and you can't do anything, but I think you can learn anything. Anything. So let's go ahead and call this TR deviation. TR deviation equals, and if you have any questions, by the way, please let me know. I'm happy to help. See, I put all my code in Discord.
times 100. Just so we get the percentage. That's gonna work, right? Because we're taking the true range and we're dividing it by the candles. We're getting the close price of those candles in the last position and multiply it by 100. I think that should work. Let's go ahead and print it out. Print TR deviation. Let's run it. Okay, cool. 0.56. That looks good to me. So that's 50%. Let's keep it moving. So now we need to make sure to only enter when we're not in position. So let's just do that, and then we can kind of think through how we'll enter and exit this trade. If not in position, print we can enter because we are not in position. And let's say else, print we are probably in position, so cannot enter. Okay, perfect. What time is it? Okay. Let's go ahead and run this. We are probably in position, so cannot enter. Perfect. All right, so I only want to do this during times of consolidation. So we've already defined those things, and we can just say if TR deviation is less than consolidation percent, I thought I wrote that up there. Maybe I spelt it wrong. Oh, I forgot to put percent here. Percent. So if TR deviation is less than consolidation percent, print, well, let's get the price. Price equals fee mix. I did fee dot fetch ticker. And then we'll just pass in the symbol, and then we'll also say we want the bid. The current bid price will act as the price. So that's what somebody's willing to buy it for right now, buy whatever asset. Okay. Now once we get the price, we're going to make a new function, I believe. We need to get the extreme. Yeah, let's do that. Let's start working on that. So get the extreme consolidation. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. And in this if statement as well, we could say buy if price is in the lower 1/3 of consolidation. No. Yes. That's what we want to do for it. So I'm just thinking this through. We're going to look for consolidation points and like this. And if it's in the lower 1/3 of this, we're going to buy, but remember, we're going to make our buys where their stop losses are. So it's consolidating. People will probably be loading up through this consolidation period. And while we might not make the trade, like we might not get into it, but the algo game's different because we don't have to sit there all day. But we're going to put our orders down here, or whatever this consolidation period is. We're going to put them where at least some people have stop losses, and we'll adjust from there. Maybe go deeper, maybe not. But this will take a lot of testing, you know. So that's the fun of this, and it's like a never-ending game. So get the extreme consolidation, and then we want to sell if price is in the upper 1/3 of the consolidation. Because if we're hovering up here, people are likely trying to short. Like if we're in the top third, so if this is like the consolidation pattern, if we're in the top third, people are trying to short, and we will too, but we'll be at their stop losses. So up here, we'll just pretty much go further than other people. All right, so I think that we have it thought out at least. All right, let's do this then. I think we should just build this. We need the high and the low of the consolidation. Low, high equals get. Let's make it a function. We haven't written this yet, but get extreme of consolidation. And then we'll pass in the candles in the consolidation percent. Let's go ahead and copy that over, and let's hit save. And let's go ahead and make this function real quick. Def, and we can describe it just so you know what's going on here. And this function will get and return the lowest low of the current consolidation, and the highest high. Okay, so that's pretty descriptive, I think. And we need to loop through this, through the data frame that we sent in, which are those candles. And I'll actually change this again to DF, and just change this to percent. Same thing, we're still passing it in. Loop through DF, but we actually have to loop through the DF in reverse with the newest values first. So let's do that. And you can see here my signals, the only reason I'm in this crazy short is because my signals are going nuts. 10 to 2. So we'll see how this works out. I'm a little nervous. Well, I guess it doesn't matter because I already took profits, but watch it play out. May need to intervene if it goes up here or something. Just take the rest of the profit. But it's a free trade right now, so that's cool. All right, so let's loop through the DF in reverse, and we can do that by saying for index and row in df.ilog, and then we reverse it by going boom boom -1 dot iter rows, and yeah, so that should go through it in reverse. Let's write some more notes. If the percent diff and tr from close value is greater than our wanted percent, oh my goodness, percent deviance, then it broke consolidation. Okay, so let's go ahead and write that up real quick. We want to go ahead and say also add return lowest low and highest high in period. Okay, so this shouldn't be too hard. Let's say if row of the true range, because I named it row up there, true range is divided by row close, and then we want to make that a percentage because we'll be comparing it to percent. So if that's bigger than percent, then we're going to return this. And if it's not, then whatever. Return df and df.index dot low. We want the minimum of that low. And then also we want to return df.index index, and we want to get the low. Okay, and then here we want to return df low dot min df high dot max. See if this all looks good. So true range. So if the true range divided by row close, that percentage is bigger than percent, which is our deviation, then we'll return df.index okay, cool. Let's keep it moving. All right, so let's go ahead and make sure this all works. I returned everything, I believe. So we're good to go here. So now this should work, but I want to test it. Print low, high. Probably going to be an error, but that's okay. Oh, nice. Oh, it's not going to print that. It's not going to go in there. So let's say if in position. I don't have any orders, hopefully. Okay, perfect. So it prints it. I just need to remember to put that back. I was just testing, I'm gonna run into that a lot though. Okay, well, I'm gonna do this. Note, remember to make the below line not in position. Can set to in position for testing. Okay, cool. What else? Did we make a good function here? I think so. Should I put that one in Discord? Well, you let me know. I threw a bunch in there already today. Let me know if you want me to throw that one in there as well. Okay. So now that we have the extreme consolidation, let's go ahead and see what else we want to do here. I'll delete this. That's the first thing I want to do. Buy if price is in the lower third. So we're not going to instantly buy or anything, but that's when the signal would, or that's the side, the way we would buy. I kind of want to implement this right here, this bot, because this is saying short. So let me know if you want to see that. I have these signals here that put me in this short, and it's 12 signals, and it's telling me to stay short here. I got a pretty big position, not crazy big, but in profit, and it's telling me to stay short. We'll see how it goes throughout this video. I would say, like, if it broke here, I would just, I don't know, feel silly, but that's part of the game. I'm just trusting the signals. That being said, sometimes what's good to do is do exactly what we're building, you know? So think about entering, right? If I were to enter right here, where would I want to go, long or short? And if I went that way, where would my stop loss be? So if I entered here, my stop loss would probably be here or up here, depending how many bars that is. Just trying to think this strategy through a little bit more, but I think we have a lot of the code set up, and we've gotten a very far away, which is awesome. I'm gonna keep going here though, because we got time. It's crazy that there's so many short signals right now, only 2 longs. I'm trying to think, how can I implement this? Because these are some of my better signals. How can I implement that into this? because I think that would probably be better to follow some systems that do pretty well and have it at least tell us the direction. So like right now, just trying to think through like how should we implement this so it knows whether it should be opening in a short or a long. Because we already know this much. We're gonna put the ATR 1.52x, but the question is, how do we know to go long or short? And when I say we, how does the bot know? I kind of like what's going on here, to be honest. Let's see. Maybe I can just call in these guys to help. And if this says short heavily, like 8 out of 12, I started that bot here, but then I kept working on it with my other computer. The other day I was trying to turn that into a bot, and I did, but it's just showing the signals, it's not executing. Okay, maybe we look at like the hourly SMA or something. Four hour. This would say to go long, while this would say to go short. I guess these will be really quick flips though. 30% will probably be too high. Let's do 10%. And let's do 7. That's 7. Okay, so I'm just trying to think through like how are we gonna decide, or how's the bot gonna decide to go long or short? There's just so many different ways you can do this. So I'm thinking, hey, maybe if it's under the SMA on the hourly, we open it short. What SMA is this is the question. The green one is a 20. And if it's over, we go long. I don't love that though, because it's lagging. We could use the order book. Sheesh, I would use this. I just need to figure out how to get that from here to there, because it's just a bunch of different files. Maybe I can work on that and add it in later. But for now, I think I'm just gonna do it. That's all I'm gonna do. Okay. I'm gonna do this on the 15-minute. On the 15-minute BTC, and go for small dubs. So I'm gonna bring this down to like 5% and 3.5% stop. Just like that. And let's go ahead and say 3.5. Actually, that should be down here. We'll do 5% here. Okay, so we're gonna do small low wins. Later, I'm gonna put later for this one. Later, add in my 12 signal bot. Me trying to figure that out right now would be crazy, because it wouldn't be that crazy, but it's just, I've got like an intricate setup here, going through multiple computers, and yeah, it'd be a little tricky to add right now. So we're gonna do it on the 15-minute, go for small wins.
when under 1 hour SMA, open as short, and over, open as long. That just gets killed sometimes on pullbacks like this. Oh, but that's great. We already built that in. We're only trading, but only trading consolidation periods. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So we need to get the SMA. And it's pretty easy to do. I believe it's just a rolling function here. Maybe we can add it into our calculate true range. Let's say calculate SMA 20 on hourly. That's gonna be tricky though, because let's do it on the 15-minute then. I mean, I don't know if that's the right play, but we can always adjust these later. So if it's under, yeah, I like that. I like 15-minute. It gives it, since this is a 15-minute bot, we'll give it everything 15 minutes, of course. So DF SMA 20 equals DF, would we want to use close? Yeah. Dot rolling 20 dot mean. So it's pretty much the same function, I believe, but it's based off the close instead of the true range, which is nice. And we'll have to check to see if this actually works, because you never know. You never know. Okay, print candles. All right, let me see those candles. Okay, SMA 20, perfect. This looks good to me, right? This is changing, no buggity bugs. I personally look at this and I see a little change in direction, but that's why I don't hand trade, you know? The signals are showing short. Let's look at them actually though. I know I'm just seeing the 10 long, 10 short. So the short is on Ethereum daily, but it's long on the 6 hour. It's a little nerve wracking. But on the 1 hour and the 15-minute, they're short. BTC is short on the daily, long on the 6 hour. Don't love to see that. 1 hour short, 15-minute short. Solana is short on the daily, 6 hour, 1 hour, and 15-minute. Okay, so it's a wide array of assets that are saying to stay short, but you know, we're at this support-ish. Maybe it's gonna make another move down and then bounce up. I don't know, but see, my bot is monitoring it at least. I think I changed it. Yeah, so the max loss I can take is 2%. And I entered up here, so that's fine. Just don't like watching profits go away slowly. You can see the P&L down here though, if you haven't already been watching. I've been keeping an eye on it. Okay. So let's build out this part where it, yeah, that's the question. What do we want to build next? Okay, so first I want to say if price is under think I need to put SMA 20 here. SMA 20 equals candles dot SMA, what did I call it? SMA 20 dot iLock -1. Let's print SMA 20. I actually want to print candles as well. And then just put something in between, print chicken. Oh, okay, okay. Didn't know you were gonna go in there and test me on that. Okay, perfect. So we got that. SMA, is this the last one? 316, 1316? Yes, it is. 71. Wait. Oh, it rounded. Okay, 7149999 is 715. Okay, so we got the right info as SMA 20. So I'm gonna say if price is below SMA 20, print we are price. Let's be descriptive here. Price. Say price. Price is below SMA 20. Make that look nice for us so I can see what's going on. So price is below the SMA 20. So we only open as short. Okay. Now, if price, I guess we don't need to use if. Just use else. Print this, but the opposite. Price is bigger than SMA 20, so we only open as long. Okay, let's remove this again. Buy to close. Looks like we're closing this position. Maybe I've just been in position too long. Kill switch for all positions because lockout has been activated. All right, well, it is what it is, you know? It got me out of position. I built it, I put it in there for a reason. I'm not quite sure what lockout. I think it must have been the time lockout. Let me go ahead and just check that out. Just curious. Oh, I see what's going on. Well, let's go ahead and see what's going on here. All right, so I'm gonna figure this out real quick. Give me like 2 seconds. Okay, I see what happened. Well, that's how it goes. continue to lock me out then. It's a time, I think, a time thing. But that's what the bots are for. So since this is pretty much over, we can open this up a little more. So it left with a 30% win, which is a 35%, which is cool. I'm a little not upset, because you can't be upset with a win. 34% gain. But I'm just thinking now, like, how did that trigger? Anyways, let's get back to coding this. Good little win over there. I was just testing that risk bot anyways. I was looking at these signals here and just entering some hand trades the last few days. And it's been a super volatile few days. I started that series of trading, but I don't think I'm gonna do that. That is too close to like financial advice for me. I don't want to get into that. I would rather just show you the algorithms I'm coding, and hopefully they can help inspire you or give you that light bulb moment. And if they do, that's awesome. Because the way I look at it is, if it takes me 4 hours to code something, well, I can save you 4 hours. And then maybe there's somebody else like you that's super motivated, and I can save them 4 hours too. So my 4 hours actually just turn into 12 hours. So that's my whole thesis behind YouTube, is sharing is caring. And we're gonna probably have a pretty awesome group of algo traders. There's already like 400 people in the Discord. 400, 500 people. This actually looks like a pretty solid place to exit anyways. You know, we reset that big old candle here. So there's a really good example of an algorithm doing something that the human might not. Like the human, for me at least, you can hear the emotion. It's 30% win, when I think it could have been a little bigger. But that's part of the reason I code and spend my time coding instead of hand trading. It's because that emotion will get you hurt. It will get you. Because if you're like in a position and you're down on that position, you think it's going to come back. Just like when you're in a position and you're up, you think it's going to keep going up. So I'm kind of happy it took me out. Mixed emotions, obviously, mixed emotions. Okay, so I have this note here. I'm going to make this note bigger because I need to make sure that oh my gosh, what did I just do? I don't know, but it just flashed. Do we not have signals yet? We do. So, you know, maybe I can wait till this comes back up to here and enter something else. But the way I look at it is, hand trading is tough, and it takes a lot of time. And you want to watch your positions. Just like I've been kind of keeping an eye on this position. You want to watch them, and it could take an hour, or sometimes like if you know, get into it in the day, you want to take another trade, and another hour, another hour, another hour. Think of if all those hours were spent on coding. That's what blows my mind. All right, let's go ahead and say, so if price is under the SMA, let's go ahead and run this. I don't think there's anything that's going to execute, hopefully, like any buys or anything. Okay, perfect. Price is under the SMA 15, which it looks like it is, which is great. So we would only open it as a short. So what would the price we enter at be? The price to enter short. Oh, and I hate to put you on a cliffhanger. I'm not gonna leave, but this is kind of my whole thesis. Like if I was in an open trade right now, I gotta pee. It's gonna take me like a little bit, like 90 seconds. I don't know how long it actually takes. I'll time it this time because I want to be aware of your time. I appreciate you sticking here with me. It just takes a lot of time to like edit videos and stuff. And I want to give you as much coding and actual things that I'm doing in the day as possible. So I do appreciate you letting me have a couple breaks here and there. But guess what? We're building things that don't need to use the bathroom and get water. And I'll be right back. Better than before. I'm back. All right, let's get back to it. I'm not gonna mess around. Let's get into it. Okay. So this shouldn't be too hard. So price to enter of the short is price minus 2x the ATR. So we have to find 2x ATR. Where do we do ATR? Let's do 2x ATR. ATR 2x equals ATR. How do we do that? I'm just kidding. I'm funny. Okay, ATR 2x, ATR times 2. I apologize if you don't like my humor because it's pretty bad. But ATR 2x times 2 would be 2x ATR. So I want to do two orders. Do I want to? Nah, that's just gonna make it more difficult. And what are we trading? So I don't have any open positions. Which is good. But I think we're gonna trade BTC. And I'll put UBTC here. UBTC. Because that's what Femex needs. Everything's different but per exchange. But like I said before, ask Google or ask me. You know, I'm here too. Throw it in the Discord, whatever. wherever. I'm just amazed. Like, I'm just amazed that Google has everything, every answer. Like coding, you just have to figure out how to like read docs, and which are ugly. But read docs, read Stack Overflow, it's all there. So price minus 2x ATR. So what would we call this? Entry price equals price minus 2 ATR 2x, and that would be our entry price. And here for this one, this would be price to enter long equals price plus 2x. It's actually ATR 2x. Let's just keep it lo mismo, the same. Okay. And this would be entry price, go price plus ATR 2x. Okay, so look at this. This is dope. Because we're only gonna go in. Yes, I like this, I like this, I like this. So we're only gonna trade long if we're above the 15 minutes. So like in this market right here, this 15 minute, we're below the green line, which is the 20 SMA. We got that. So we're saying if price is under that, this is gonna be our entry price. And we can just put a stop loss and take profit in there, I think. Okay, yeah, and if we're above the, sorry, I don't even know if I'm making sense right now. I apologize, but I'm just like thinking out loud. And if you're still here, say what's up in the chat, because you're a true warrior, and it's just so crazy to me that some people are not like you and I. Like, we go hard and won't stop until either, I don't know if you're looking for one answer or you're just trying to get better, but that's the key, is just every day. And that's why I try to build new bots every single day, because it makes me think every single day. And like I said, if I can build it here on YouTube, even if it doesn't work out for me, it might work out for somebody else. And that's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. Okay, so now we have the entry price. We just want to, let's make the stop loss and stuff. Let's do that. And we'll just add those to our params that I believe we made up here. Okay, did we? Uh-oh. I don't think we have it yet. So we're gonna put that right here. And let's put these back at. Let's put those there for now. I'll figure that out later. It's pretty much our stop loss, and I just gotta figure out how to do the math. Time and force, post only, and then the take profit is, we'll put it at 0 for now, but we're obviously gonna update that, and 0. So I'll write that. Limit orders only with post only. Take profit and stop loss default to 0. Changed before order. Okay, that's great. That's just great. So let's save that and let's go back to our order and let's build out the stop loss. Params stop loss equals, what do we want to do here? Price times 1 plus SL percent, and then we want to divide it by 100. So let's think about this for a second. Do we want to divide by 100? So this would make it 5.5%. And if we wanted 5%, we would do that. All right, let's do 5. Well, let's keep it as 0.5 for now. The thing I'm questioning is you have to put it in like a certain number of decimals, so, but we could just test that live. So I'll just test it with one contract. Dang, my ears are popped, or not popped, but plugged. I have no clue how loud I'm speaking right now. Okay, params take profit equals price times 1 plus TP percent divided by 100. So let's just hash this out real quick. Okay, so this would be 1 plus 0.5 equals 1.5. And then we would divide it by 100. That makes sense, right? Because stop loss percent up here we put at 0.5. Okay, so that would be 1.5%. Oh, sorry, that's not even the right. This is this. And sorry, this is supposed to be minus too. So 1 minus take profit percentage. Because we're short, remember? So okay, I think this looks good. Because this would be 1 minus 0.5 equals 0.5. Which 0.5%. We'll play around with it though. No worries, no worries. Okay, so now we're gonna create the order. Order equals fee max fee dot create limit sell order, and we'll pass in the symbol, pass in the size, pass in the price, params equals params, and then we're gonna do something similar here for the opposite, which is to buy. I always do this too. I always put selling first, and it's super confusing because I feel like naturally people think of buying first, but so just beware of that. That buying is second, so entry price would be this minus, and this would be plus. I guess I can get rid of all of this. I could say calculating stop loss and take profit. Okay, creating order, I'm gonna print the order actually. I'm gonna say symbol order sell of size. But remember, our entry price is different. Price equals entry price. Entry price. Okay, I think this is looking pretty good. Sell of size at entry price. Okay, and then this would be a buy. I'm gonna put some stars here. 1, 2, 3. Buy. Okay, so why do I have this twice here? Should be, if we're buying, okay, so this is mind twisting stuff. We're pretty deep into this now. Okay, so if we're selling, our entry price should be price minus 2x ATR. No, it should be plus. Because if we're selling, we want a higher price to sell it. And if we're buying, we want a lower price to sell it. To buy it. Minus ATR. That might be backwards, but let's just see. I think it's forward. It's correct, I mean. But, you know, long day thus far. Long day. Okay, so let's change this back to if not, because I don't think I am in position now. I'm going to check my account here. Okay, doesn't look like I'm in position, which is solid. And I think all of our rules are set. Let's go over to BTC USD. I guess I can just pull this in. Okay. Let's see if the orders get placed. Oh, that's the Discord. How do you use that for stops?
a good question, bro. It's a good question. I will get to that. I will get to that soon. I'll actually just throw this code in there. How about that? Boom. If it works. Okay. Where was I? Okay, here we are. So this will actually place the order. So, yeah, let's hope it works. I'm sure there's a bug somewhere. But, yeah, let's do it. I mean, I'm not risking very much. Size is 1, I believe. Yeah, let's just do it. YOLO. Okay. So we got an error here. Donde? Line 126, line 101. Okay, so line 101. Fee. Oh, so it tried to make the order, which is dope. I probably just did my entry price wrong. So I'm just trying to figure this out right now. Create order. So in 101, so the bug's right there. Okay. Price equals entry price. Okay, so it just looks like the price might be, we go ahead and print this price here. Print price, and then print entry price. Let's do a little debug in here. Time.sleep. 783 seconds should be good. I gotta bring in sleep. Import time. So I gotta fix it. Enter at stops 98 has no. What do you mean, bro? I imported time. It's right here. Alright, whatever. I'm not gonna use it. so entry price, did we get those? This data frame is big. Okay, well, we're getting closer. Are we? Let's see here. Sorry, I'm thinking about this a little long. Just a little confused. Print. I'm just not seeing the entry price calculated. Oh, maybe price is a, oopsies. Let's see. Oh, my bad. Can't do that. Okay. If price is under ATR 2x, so I just messed up the ATR 2x, I think. Yeah, I tried to get a whole data frame. I see what's going on now. A little sad that I'm missing this little push down, but whatever. So this gets the ATR data frame. And we want the last ATR. ATR equals the last ATR equals ATR. Let's just do candles dot ATR. Do I have that? I think I do. This is capital. ATR dot ILOC -1. Last ATR. Okay, so that's what was going on. We figured it out, I think. So now it should just like make an order, but probably not. Because you know how that goes. Okay. Perfect. It made an order, but it just didn't work. So this is rejected. So that means I just did the math backwards. That's fine. Typically, pretty typical. I'm a little dyslexic. So if we want to open it as a short, then we would want the price right? Like, so I'm just trying to think this through. Price plus ATR 2x. So ATR 2x, see if it printed that out. Okay, 1942. So this is the price plus 2x ATR. And that equals 9452. And at 452, I would put a post only limit order at 1 and click short, and it's submitted. So what did I do here? Maybe it's saying like the TE cell SL should get base. Okay, So that's fine. That was good. I think this is wrong. So let's look into this a little bit because got to make sure this is correct. Obviously. Obviously. So let's go ahead here and just figure how we are going to change this. So if it's a sell, buy if price. Okay, sell if price. So for the stop loss, we would do price times 1 plus SL percent divided by 100. And we do price minus, here, let's do this. Print this. I want to see the stop loss. And I want to print this as well. Okay. And let's just put this here so I can see where it's at. And I can see what's going on here. Okay, perfect. Stop loss sell condition. Okay, so it's at the stop loss. We just made this different. Oh, I see what's going on. Stop loss percent. Okay, so these are just triggering before the price. So we just have this, we need to work on this here. And what do we want from it? We want price plus 3%. So entry price though, that's what it is. It's price versus entry price. That, I was gonna say, like, the equation looks solid to me. But that's what coding is, you know? That's what coding is. Guessing and checking. Let's see how it works now. Okay, there we go. Perfect. I want to say some more here though. TP is this. And wait, that's not gonna work for me. Params F. Why is it not working? I'm not gonna do that. Whatever. I guess I don't need it. So this is it. Like, this is how we do it. And let's go ahead and look at those active orders. You can see the take profit will be when we get 3% or whatever percentages we put out at above. So we can play around with this, or I will play around with this, see what percentages we want to use. But you can see the take profit would be at 13. So entry would be 19,480. Oh, you can't even see this. 19,481. And then the take profit would be, remember this would be a short, and this is for if anybody was to enter right here, their stop loss would be probably 2 away. Kind of want to see 1.5, see what that looks like. But then we would grab the short, come down, and the take profit would be 19,384. So 19,384. So we're in and out before most people, you know? Which is good. Now we have to factor in leverage too. I haven't done that. I think this looks solid though. I'm gonna bring this down a little bit. 0.3 and 0.15 because this has some leverage to it and I don't want to get greedy. So let's go ahead and try this out. You know what? That might be too close though. Let's just stick with what we had for now. I don't know why that says 30%, but let's go ahead and close this. I already changed it to 1.5 last ATR. So yeah, I will, let's see how this goes though. Shows the price. I don't need to see any of this anymore. I'll keep it in there just for debugging purposes. And else buying because price is over SMA 20. Perfect. All right, let's see. I think this should work down here too because we switched out the entry price. How could I test it? I think it's the same. Yeah, the only thing. Oh, look at that! Look at that! Look at that! I found it. Sell and sell. Woo! Buy. There we go. Okay, so the last thing we got to do here is schedule this every 20 seconds. So let's say run the bot every 20 seconds. Schedule dot every 20 dot seconds dot do and bot, and then we'll say while true try, and then we say schedule dot run pending and accept print error running bot sleeping for 30 seconds. It's weird because my time didn't work earlier, so I don't know if this is gonna work. Let's put it at 2 seconds for now, just so we can see if it actually runs. Delete that. I probably just imported this wrong. Whatever, I'll figure that out later, but this works, so let's go ahead and scroll down. Just remove these for now. It's a little funky what's going on there, but I'll get to that in a second. And I'm gonna put all of this code inside of the bootcamp. You already saw I put a bunch of the Discord, so you can grab that. How do you get access to the Discord? Just go to the link below, put in your email address, and I'll send you access to the Discord. And yeah, this is pretty awesome because now if I run this, it's gonna run every 2 seconds. So you can see, just entered, or just put the orders in. But look at that, it's stacking the orders. So I actually am not done yet.
So what I want to do now is cancel. Oh, it's just going to keep ordering too. Cancel all orders, right? It's just gonna keep putting all these orders in. It's okay. I mean, it's only one. So we'll just do that. We'll just throw cancel all orders in here before it puts the order in. Fee mix. Fee, I guess. Fee dot cancel all orders. And then we pass in the symbol. Look at this. It's gonna blow me up. Let's go ahead and put that in there. So, all right, I think that's solid now. So it's gonna, every time it goes through, it's gonna cancel the order now. So it's good. It should cancel all those. I think I'm gonna make a couple updates here. But this is the end of it, essentially. I'm gonna go ahead and put a time.sleep here. Time.sleep. Maybe I'm importing something weird here. Import time, from time import sleep. Maybe I need to do that here as well. Let's go ahead, from time, time.sleep. And let's see. Okay, well, I'll play around with that. I don't know what's going on with my time. I think it's because I'm importing some things from the other files as well. So over here from date time, import time. Yeah, I'm just doing something funky with the files, but that's pretty easy to fix. So I'm gonna put in a time.sleep here of like, I don't know, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Because I don't want it to overtrade, but that's pretty easy for you to do. So you can go ahead and do that. I'll also put all this code inside the bootcamp and all that good stuff. But if you want to see more videos like this, I'll make sure to post another one. So yeah, this bot essentially buys, or it sets the orders up exactly where everybody else is putting their stop losses. Now, it should be powerful to watch because this is pretty much counter trading the masses. And if you want to see me build a back test out for this, let me know. And I can make a back test out for this as well. And just let me know in the comment section. I'm going to show you how to never take a big loss in trading again. This is something I'm going to share with you today, but others just are not going to share this because anybody that's doing this is keeping it a secret. So strap in, because every big loss that you've ever taken in your trading career has been because of your emotions. I think you and I both know that. You're probably a really good trader, but when a trade goes against you, your emotions really just tend to kick in. And if you're in a small loss and you know you should take your loss, your emotions kick in and say, hey, I bet this is going to turn around on me and I can turn this into a win. But that's really how you take your huge losses. I'm not talking about the tiny everyday losses. Of course, as traders, we have to know how to take losses because that's how you get your wins. You stay alive until you get your big win. So when the market's going down and you're in a position that you want to go up, maybe you should take that loss here and you can always get back in here. But the worst part about it is if you don't fix this problem now, you're just gonna have this problem forever. And every time you trade, you're gonna run into this situation where your emotions get the best of you. And someday it's gonna blow up your entire account, which is no bueno. But don't worry, it's a simple solution and I'm gonna show you all of that here today. And I know for a fact, since you're here on YouTube, you're super determined to be the best you can absolutely be. and to implement this solution. And the solution is simply automation. Think about it. If you have a strategy here, I have like the VWAP here, some SMAs. If I said, hey, buy when it crosses this SMA, am I at my computer? Maybe. Or do I get back to my computer up here? Probably. So automation is the key, because when you automate your strategy, you're able to put it into a robot and it gets in right when it crosses, and boom, you get that gain. Or whatever your strategy might be, automation is absolutely the key. And don't worry, you don't have to be like a computer nerd or super smart in order to do this. Just being able to enter and exit automatically is going to improve your results, no matter what. So in this video, I'm going to show you exactly that, how to automate your strategy so you never take a huge loss again. If your strategy says take profit at 5%, it's going to take profit at 5%. If your strategy says take your stop loss at 6%, it's going to go ahead and take you out of the market at 6%. Without having to depend on yourself staring at the screen and hoping that you're not going to accidentally take off your stop loss or keep your profits going, thinking it's going to go to 1 million or whatever it might be. You see, emotions are tough. They fog up your logical brain. So I'm going to show you all that here, and I promise you by the end of this video, even if you're not a coder, you're going to have the skills, or at least the blueprint on how you can automate any strategy, including the one you have in your head right now. However you do trade, you'll be able to automate it in full. So just stick around. And like I said, even if you don't know how to code, just stick around. This is how I learned as well. I just watched this similar videos and just watched them over and over again. And eventually it clicked, right? So I'm going to do it all here. You'll be able to take any strategy and turn it into an automated one. We're going to actually build a bot today, and I'll show you the strategy that I'm building. Now, of course, don't just go use my strategy. Use your strategy, because your strategy has your alpha in it. And like I said, you're clearly determined to be the best. And I was in the same situation. I knew I could pull more alpha out of the market if I automated my strategy, removed emotions. So I learned how to code. But when I got started, there was nobody sharing how to do this. So I was reading a lot, and I'm more of a visual learner. I want to see the code implemented. I want to see it ran. So I hope I can be that special someone for you that helps you get over to the next level of trading, which is fully automated trading. Because the best traders, they're in when they say they want to be in, and out when they say they want to be out. But we're all humans, so you can't always grab the positions you want to be in, and you can't always exit at the time you want to exit. And that's just being human. So if you're excited about that, let's go ahead and stick around this entire video, and I'm going to show you the blueprint. No other algo trader in the world is going to share this information. I'll probably get a bunch of flack for it. So, I hope it helps you a lot. The way I think about it is worst case scenario. Best case scenario, you automate your strategy, right? Every single signal, every time you're supposed to enter or exit, it's now automated. And worst case scenario, you know how to code quantitative strategies. You go get a job at Google or any hedge fund or anything. So this is going to be a woozy, and I can't wait to get started. If you're struggling with emotions and trading, this is the video for you. So let's just dive in, because I have this strategy I want to build. And let's see here, I'll go ahead and pull this over. And we'll go ahead and start building. So the first thing I want to do is kind of tell you the strategy I want to build. I'm building a correlation bot that looks at one token and then trades the other based off of it. So for example, this is Ethereum. What I might do here is look at Bitcoin and see if it has a big price move. If it has a big price move up or down, I'll then trade Ethereum accordingly. So if BTC goes up, Ethereum supposedly should go up. I can then adapt this to other tokens that have a high correlation. So I can look at correlation scores and see, hey, what tokens are most correlated, and adapt this very easily to those. So we're gonna go ahead and start building that. And the first thing I'm gonna do, and like I said, even if you don't know how to code, just stick around, because this is how you learn. And I'm just a regular dude as well, so I didn't go to school for this. I don't have some fancy degree, nothing like that. I'm gonna connect to Coinbase's public client, cbpro.public client. And I'm gonna do some imports here. Let's do from don't share config. And this is pretty much my configuration file. We actually might need to set that up very quickly. Let's see here. I've got a couple bots running at the same time, so I like to keep an eye on them. Go ahead and make sure I have that. Okay. Now, if you don't know exactly where we're started and how to get started with some of the starter code, or if you don't know how to code, what you can do is go to youtube.com and type in moondev how to code. If you don't know how to code, I'll show you exactly how to code. It should be somewhere here. How to make a trading bot in 2023. If you want all the starter code, click on that. Where is my how to code video? There's a how to code video somewhere in here. I'll go ahead and put the link somewhere below, but how to code for normal people. Because I'm just a normal person as well. Well, I can't find it now, so we'll get back to that later. But what I want to do is go ahead and import some things. So I want to go ahead and import, actually before I import, from don't share config, we want to import, or let's do import don't share config as ds, like this. And we also want to connect to Femex. This is where I'm going to be making the exchange happen. So ccxt, this is a package that allows you to connect to different exchanges. See, I have to import it. So import ccxt, just like that. Gotta spell this right. Femex. And then we need to bring in enable rate limit. Set that to true. And then API key. We'll set that to XP JM key, I believe. Probably need to look into that. Well, actually, I can go ahead and look at this other file here, enter as stops. And let's just copy that over. This is just connecting to the exchange. And once we're connected to the exchange, we can see what's going on. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's make sure that we're connected. Let's say print Femex or fee.balance. I'm gonna call it Femex just because fetch balance. Fetch balance, and if this prints out, that means we're connected. Okay, perfect. So you can see here, we are fully connected to Phoenix, which is nice. And it looks like there's a lot of movement going on here. So I might want to go ahead and grab some of that. So now we're connected to Phoenix. We have our keys set up. We want to go ahead and start building out some more. So we're going to import functions, and I'll go over all the functions that we import when we get to them. But we're going to import functions, or we're going to say from functions. Let's import all of them. From function, import all. And then we want to do from indicators, import all. And I don't think we have our indicators file set up yet, but that's okay. We'll go ahead and set that up here in a second. Let's go ahead and add in some parameters. So let's say time frame equals this is in seconds, so time frame in seconds. So 5 minutes. 5 minutes equals 300, so 900 seconds equals 15 minutes. It's a 15-minute time frame. And what else do we want to do here? We want to have data range. Let's make it capital. Data range equals 20. And this would be the amount of candles to get. And then we'll have a stop loss percentage. So like I mentioned, you know, to remove emotions, you just put in what percentage do you want of stop loss. And when you implement this into a bot, then it actually does it. TP percent, take profit percentage equals 0.25. So there we go. Percent to take profit on trades. Now, if I'm using a little bit of leverage, that could be like 2.5%. Now let's just put it at 1 for now. Params, we have to set up these params because they are gonna make our orders better. And I'll get to that later, but time in force, let me spell that correctly, in force, it's gonna be a post-only order, meaning it's only gonna get us in limit orders, which is nice. And then we want to make sure to set our take profit and
stop loss here, because then it's going to make it super easy to implement it later. And we'll just set them to 0 for now. Stop. So you can pass in your parameters, your stop loss and whatnot, to you can pass in your take profit and stop loss into your parameters, set them to 0, but then you can see here I'll have them reset to that later. So let's go ahead and maybe we should, this is how we're going to do it. We're going to do the symbol is going to be Ethereum, so that what we're looking at right now on the chart. It's going to be ETH, USD, and then the altcoins we're going to use are going to be some of the higher volume ones, which are ADA, USD. Now, I'm not promoting any of these. .USD, they just have volume. Mana USD. XRP. I guess I should say I'm not endorsing any of these. Uni USD and Sol USD. So we're gonna watch the Ethereum chart and say, hey, pretty much if Ethereum goes up, we're gonna trade these behind it. Or Ethereum goes down, we're gonna trade these behind it. That's the thought process behind this. So I feel like I've now explained the strategy a couple times, and if you have any questions about it, please do let me know below. We're gonna call this strat name equals correlation, and then we'll start coding some of the function out. So let's go ahead and say def bot, and we'll say price equals Coinbase dot get product ticker, and symbol, and we want the bid out of that. And then I think I want this all in a float. So float, just like that. And let's go ahead and say print price, just to make sure things are working right. And let's go down here and say bot. Let's delete that for now. Okay, perfect. So the price is 1.3. Perfect. It's looking good to me. Looks like it's pretty much the same as this one, which is good. And that means we're good to go. So we'll just keep on moving. So now we need to make a function for the candles. So let's say, actually I think I have the candles. Candles equals get candle df, and we'll pass in the Coinbase, we'll pass in the symbol, pass in the time frame, pass in the data range, and this gets the candles df. So I'll make sure to put some good notes here. Get the current bid as the price, and then here would be get the candles data frame, just like that. And since I have this function already, let me just go to it so you can quickly see it. Here's the function. If you want to pause here, that's the function. I put it in a functions file, and it gets the open, high, low, close, volume, data, and all that good stuff. So let's go back here, and I throw all the code somewhere in the bootcamp for sure, Discord, so on.
you should have access to it. And then here we want to go ahead and calculate the true range. So let's do that. Let's say tr equals calc true range, and I have that function as well, and I'll pass in the candles from above. So let's go look at that function, calculate true range. Let's see here, calculate true range, and it passes back the df. This is the true range here. It's actually the average true range, so I don't know why I have this too. So let's mark that out for now. And this is the true range. I think this is enough time for you to see the code if you are going along, but it's in a different file called functions. And that file will have the true range. So now we go ahead and we bring in the true range, which is great. Then we need to calculate the support and resistance. So let's make some notes here. Get the true range. And we need to calculate the support and resistance. So I need to make a function for that, I believe. Calc support resistance, and do candles and pass in the data range, and let's call this support and resistance, just like that. And now I need to make this function, so let's do that, and we'll do it back in our functions file so you can see the other functions. Let's put it right here, put a def, and see what we're gonna do here. Maybe didn't need to delete those. Calculating support and resistance, just like that. Perfect, perfect. And to actually calculate the support and resistance, we just need to make a simple function here. And this function is essentially gonna set a data frame. Well, we need to pass in the data frame, I think. So df, pass it in. And then we want to make the length, let's do 20 for now. And we'll say df, and we'll do the support first, equals df, the low value, dot rolling, and we'll say window equals length, jeez, I can't type, length dot min, just like that. And then we're going to do something pretty much the same for pretty much getting the average over 20 periods of the low, and then we'll get the min. And then we're going to do the opposite for the high. So max, high, resistance, like that. And then we'll go ahead and just return those two things, but just the last function level, the last values, row, return, because right now that's all we're really interested in is that last row. So we'll grab that. Support dot ilog -1 and df resistance dot ilog -1. So that should get us the support and the resistance. Now if I save this file, it should be here, right there. There we go. So now it's yellow, that means we're good to go. So now you know how to get the support and resistance. And after we get the support and resistance, what do we need to do now? I think it's about time to, here, we'll say getting support and resistance, just like that. And then here, we're gonna start building out the function that's gonna so if the price goes above the true range or resistance, then, so if, essentially if it breaks out. So if the price goes above true range or resistance equals breakout, then we're gonna do a bunch of stuff. So if price is above candles dot close dot ilog -1 plus true range, or price is under, or I mean over resistance, so if either of those are true, then if either of those are true, thinking here. Sorry, I do have to think sometimes because doing this live, you know. So bear with me as I do think this through. Okay, I think I got it. So if either of those are true, then we want to get what do we want to get? Okay, so if either of those are true, It's like almost 9 a.m. So also looking at this chart over here. Okay. So if either of those are true, we want to get the current prices for altcoins. That's what we want to do. Okay, so if we get the current prices for the altcoins, then we will be able to keep moving. So let's go ahead and see here. Let's make an empty dictionary, I'd say. I think that's like the first thing we should do. So let's do that. Coin data equals that. And then for coin in altcoins, because remember we have all those altcoins up here at the top. Our price equals float dot femix dot fetch taker. So we're using femix now, and we're gonna say coin, and then we want the bid of that. So this gets exchange price, and then we'll say coin data coin equals current price. I thought I had a current price somewhere. Right here. Is that not the same word? Current price, candles dot close dot iloc, and we'll say -1, and we'll divide that by, this is going to look weird, but it's divided by, put it on the next line just so you can see it, candles dot close dot iloc -1. And then we want to multiply that by 100. This gets the percentage because we did the multiplication of 100. Percentage change from last candle. Okay? So that looks pretty good to me. I think we do need to say absolute value right here. I should have done this at the start though, because now it's super confusing how to wrap it up. So I'm gonna take this away for a second just so I can see this a little better. And I'm gonna say abs current price minus candles, and then do that right there. Okay, so just a couple parentheses there. I'll go ahead and break this up again just so you can see it. Perfect. Now we can all see it, right? And by the way, if you have any questions, I'm here for you. Let me know in the comment section below. Okay, so for coin and coin, and then we want to find the most lagging. The minimum change, and we'll say most lagging equals min of coin data versus key equals coin data dot get.
And this will get us the coin with the minimum change, the least. Okay, so what else do we want to do here? Oh, let's set the stop loss and take profit. Set stop loss and take profit. Scroll up a little bit. What is this doing here? Oh, I see. Set stop loss and take profit. And we'll do params. We'll say stop loss equals price times 1 minus SL percent divided by 100. And that's the stop loss. And then we want to do params. You see we're just resetting our params here. Equals price times 1 plus TP percent divided by 100. Just like that. And then we'll create the order. Order equals Phoenix dot create limit buy order, and we'll say symbol size price, and the price equals a float of how do we want to do this? I was about to do Coinbase, but I don't think I want to do Coinbase because I'll be trading on Phoenix. I kind of want to break this out here. So let's go ahead and say price equals float of, what was the price up here? How did we get the price before? I want the Phoenix price. Okay, we want this right here. And the coin we want here is, we actually want the symbol here. And we want the bid. So price equals price now. And then break this here. Params equal, let's unpack these params. Let's say star params. And then star, we're going to put an order ID in. CLORDID. And then we'll give it a order ID. And I'm just going to name it the strat name plus STR. And you don't have to do this part if you don't want to, but I'm doing it. It's just going to give me a good, nice little strat name. Then I'm going to do plus time frame, just to let me know the time frame as well. So this is just placing the order, essentially. I think you wouldn't need all of this, the params. You could just unpack the params without the order ID, but this is going to make it a little nicer. Place the order. And I think that we should cancel. I think I'm going to cancel orders after canceling. Phoenix dot cancel all orders, and then for the symbol, because if this runs in a loop, we don't want it to just keep
pushing more and more orders. So we'll do that. This looks pretty good to me so far. But now we need to do the opposite. So I kind of want to see if this works. I don't know if I want to put the order in though. So I'm gonna mark it out for now. Let's say print some stuff. Well, let's just keep building. We can get to the bugs later if there are any, which pretty much guaranteed to be bugs, right? So let's say if price goes below the true range or support, pretty much the opposite of this. So LF price is candles dot close dot ilock of -1 minus the TR, or price is under support, then we want to get prices again, get prices for altcoins. So we're just doing the same thing as above. So I can go pretty fast on this one. We're just kind of doing the inverse. You can see all the code that we're about to write above. So for coin and alt coins, the current price equals float Phoenix dot fetch ticker, and we'll pass in the coin, and then we'll get the bid, and then we'll say coin data of coin equals the absolute again. So I'm just reading from above but changing some things. Price minus candles dot close dot ilock -1. And then we want to divide that by candles dot close dot ilock -1. And then we want to multiply all that by 100 to get the percent. And then we want the most lagging one. So essentially we're seeing which one's lagging the most behind it. So if Ethereum's making a big move, which one of the coins above are about to make a big move, essentially? Possibly. That's the guess, right? So let's pretty much do the same thing, most lagging. Above, we're saying, hey, what's the most lagging when it's a breakout? And this one, we're doing most lagging when it's a breakdown. So min coin data key equals coin data dot get, and that should get us the coin data. And then we want to pass in the params, and the stop loss equals price times 1 plus SL percent divided by 100, and this sets the stop loss price. And then params of take profit equals price times price times 1 minus TP percent over 100. And then the order will equal, well, let's do the price thing again here. But we're going to do the ask instead of the bid. So I'm going to grab this. And instead of the bid, we're going to do the ask. Just like that. And then we're going to say pretty much the same thing as this order here. But it's going to be a sell order because we're going to open as a short. Just like that. And then we'll pass in the symbol, the size, the price. And then the params will be params equals unpacked params. And then the strat name, if you want this, again, this isn't mandatory. You can just replace that. That looks good to me. And then I think we are pretty much done with this. So what we need to do is we want to run the bot every 20 seconds. To do that, we do schedule dot every 20. So every 20, we want to, every 20 what, seconds? Yep. Dot do, and we want to say bot. And then while, let's see here. While true, try schedule dot run pending and accept print. Let's go ahead and just say, you know, error for 30. Sleeping for 30, and then say time.sleep 30 seconds. Okay, perfect. So that is the bot. And what I want to emphasize here is, you know, this is a correlation bot that looks at one pair and then trades the other. But whatever strategy you have, just build it into a bot. You could see here that I'm taking my stop loss and take profit. That's like immediate gain for hand traders, because hand traders are supposed to put in these things by hand. And sometimes they don't, or they cancel them, or whatever might happen happens. So with that being known and said, like, one way to make sure that you don't do this and don't cancel your orders and don't make a change mid-trade, we'll just build it into a bot. And you just saw me build this bot here live, and it wasn't that hard. So I really encourage you to keep going, keep swimming. If you need any help, I'm here for you. Ask me in the comment section below. And this here is exactly how to build an amazing correlation bot. And you just saw all the code, and I'm just a regular dude just like you. So other than that, make sure to find me again, because I'll be building more bots in future videos. Have you ever wished you could just automate your trading? I mean, take all decision making from your part out of it and all the emotions out of the trade. So you probably have a great strategy, right? But sometimes your emotions will get in the way of either entering at the right time or exiting at the right time. That's why I'm a huge believer in building trading algorithms. Even if you don't know how to code, I'm gonna walk you through the entire process here on this video. I'm gonna build an algorithm that does somewhat of a mean reversion strategy. And actually you can see I have the chart here, and I can kind of explain it. Let me walk through it first here on my Twitter. I wrote it out, but pretty much said, hey, you know, good morning. I'm gonna build a new trading algorithm today. And this algo, it looks at all crypto, you know, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and all the altcoins.
And if one of them gets too far from the mean price, the bot will automatically trade, betting that the price will revert back to the mean price. And if this is confusing, I'll explain it all. I explained it all here on my YouTube, at Moondev on YouTube, YT, but it'll revert back to the price. So it's a mean reversion strategy. If you already know what that is, that's great. I'm gonna get into it here in a second. If not, we'll go ahead and I'll show you how it looks on the chart as well. But yeah, the cool thing about this is it's gonna trade over 75 different coins. So it's not just like one coin, right? So I always try to just explain what I'm gonna do here on my Twitter, and then I'll go do it. And I share all of the code here on my YouTube. So you're gonna see everything today, and I'm gonna dive right into it. I just wanna show you really quickly what mean reversion means. So if you look at this green line right here, this is, let's see, this is the moving average, the 20 moving average. So this means like the average price over the last 20 periods. So over the last 21-hour periods, this green line is the 20 moving average. So that's kind of like the mean, right? Now, for example, if the price goes way up here, we could trade it back, meaning we would short it down back to the mean. That's a mean reversion strategy. Now, another example of that is look at the green line again. You can see that this bar right here goes really far away from this green line, which again is the mean or the average, and we would be able to trade it back to the mean. Now, would this be a profitable trade? Probably not. But this one could have been a profitable trade, and this one that's saying up right here also could be a profitable trade. But the thing is the main part about this is, hey, a lot of hand traders will have a mean reversion strategy, but then they won't enter at the right time, or they won't exit at the right time. So what I like to do is I just like to come up with strategies and then build them into a bot, because then it actually executes for me 24/7. So let's go ahead and just get started with this. I'm gonna do some imports here, and you can just follow along. If you have any questions along the way, please let me know. I'm gonna go ahead and say import CCXT. I actually need to change over here to a different workspace. I think this one's gonna work. There we go. So those are the imports I'm gonna need. I'm gonna need to go ahead and connect to Femex, which is my exchange. So there we are. Let's go ahead and then pull in some more information. I wanna get position size. I'm just gonna use, for now, I'm just gonna use position size of 1, because that's gonna allow me to just test this out for a while. My target price is, or my target percentage is 9%. So I'm looking for a 9% gain or a max loss of 8%. Leverage will be 6x leverage, which is a little high, but mean reversion tends to have a pretty high win rate, which is fine with me. I'm gonna try it out with 6x leverage. The time frame is going to be 15 minutes. The limit is going to be 97 bars, because that means 15 minutes times actually 96, because you know in Python everything is starting the 0 index. Then it's going to be 24 hours, and the SMA we're going to use is the 20 SMA, kind of like this green line. So that's what we're going to be looking at here. I'm going to pull in a couple params that are very important, and I'm also going to pull in, let's go ahead here. So the params are posts only, meaning, hey, I'm only gonna take an order if I can do a limit fill. And then the leverage here, this should actually, I think this will trump that. So that's all good. We actually probably don't need the leverage right here, but I'm gonna keep it. And then markets equals that. So let's go ahead and make sure we're connected to the exchange correctly and say print markets. Okay, so we are connected. Perfect. So let's go ahead and delete that for now. I always like to check to make sure we're connected to things. If you don't have any of these packages up here, by the way, they're usually just pip install. Go ahead and Google it. I have a ton of videos on my channel as well about pandas, NumPy, all that good stuff. Let's see what else we need to get here. let's go ahead and definitely bring in the ask and the bid. So essentially I will go ahead and say, hey, I want to be able to see what the price is at the current moment. So as you can see, function, def, ask bid, symbol equals symbol, order book equals fetch order book for that symbol, and then the bid is the 0 position and the ask is also the 0 position, and then we'll return the bid and the ask. For now, I'll just go ahead and pass in this simple symbol UBTC USD, but remember, I'm building this out to be for all symbols, so we're gonna have to edit that in a bit. Now we want to go ahead and grab our open positions. So open positions is essentially a function that I've built. And by the way, if I'm going too fast in any of these parts, I put all of the code inside of a bootcamp, and you can access that with the link below. But if you do appreciate me sharing all this code here, you know, I'm walking you through it, please do just tap the like button. It really encourages me to just keep building more videos for you so you can crush it. So this is a big old function, and it just returns an active symbols, and I'll show you how it works here. Let me just go ahead and let me close it so I have a little bit more room. Okay, and let's say open positions, and let's run that. Let's close some of these things up so we have a little bit more room. And you can see I need to pass in the symbol. So if I don't pass in the symbol, symbol is just gonna equal symbol. It might not actually output anything because I might not have a print statement on it, but we definitely need it. Okay, so it doesn't output anything because I don't have the print statement on it, but that's all good. Let's jump on to the kill switch. The kill switch is super important because, actually, let's jump in here and make sure the open positions are working. Let's go ahead and print, let's just print this last one. And let's go ahead and say open positions. And I'm not gonna pass any symbol in, so essentially it's just going to put in that symbol that I have at the top, which is BTC. You can see these are all of the position indexes I have activated, and essentially I have 0 open position. Size, you can see open size is 0 for all of these. Long is none, because of course if there's no open size, then there's no open position. So let's go ahead and jump back here. Let's close some of these up so we have a little bit more room, and let's just keep on going. So I have this kill switch here that I've built, and it's on my YouTube channel somewhere, of course. It's fairly long, so I'm just gonna copy it over, but I just wanna get these couple functions in here so we can really start building the bot out. And yeah, if you have any questions, just let me know in the comment section below. I know I'm flying through a lot of this, but hey, that's the great part about coding, is once you write the code, you don't need to write it over and over again. So I just implemented a couple kill switches that I've gone over in my other videos, so check those out. But yeah, let's keep it moving here. What else do we need? What else do we need? Oh, we need the P&L close. So essentially I have this P&L close here, and I'll show you how this works. It's really cool because essentially it works as my stop loss, and also my, let's go ahead and see how this works here. I can delete all this for now. So this P&L close is pretty neat because it takes in the symbol, the target, and remember the target was like 9%, targeting 9% gain, and the max loss was like 8%, I believe. And then it gets the index position, which we've already built out. And you can see here, it essentially goes through, and every time we run the bot, it's gonna check to see, hey, have we hit our max loss or our target? And if we have, let's get out of the market. So now we want to go ahead and start building this actual bot out since we have everything we need. Let's go ahead and say def bot here, and let's get a little, let's close some of this stuff up just so we can see everything a a little easier and be able to go up and down a little quicker. So P&L close. Okay, so now we're in the bot. So now we're building the bot. So we're gonna do a mean reversion bot on Phoenix all tickers. So this is gonna be really dope. So let's go ahead and say def bot, and we wanna first pull in all position info, and that equals open positions like this, and then we can see what that does. Print all position info, just like that, and let's just run the bot. Okay, great. So these are our open position info, all the info we need, and we can keep on rolling. I actually have this print statement here in this open position still that I want to get rid of, so I don't need it. So there we go, got rid of it, and let's run it one more time, see if it looks a little nicer, and then we're going to just keep on moving. Okay, so here's all of our information we need, and I'm gonna delete that print for now, and we're just gonna say active positions, active position, let's just do POS list equals all position info 0, because that's where that is, and then active position DF, because you remember the open positions, it returns two different things. So we just grab it from different indexes. So this would be return 1, this would be return 2. But of course, encoding it's 0 and 1. So let's go ahead and keep it on moving here. Now we want to say, hey, if an active position is true, you can see these all say false, 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 right? This is a data frame we created. But if it says true, we want to make sure to monitor that position. We want to make sure, hey, if there's an open position already, has it hit our max loss or our target yet? If it's hit either of those, we want to get out of the position. So essentially, we just have to build a little something here. Open position df equals active position df dot lock at active position df, and if the open bool, if that equals true, right now you can see at the bottom of my screen they all equal false, but if it ever equals true, sorry, I spoke too soon. If it equals true, let's go ahead and break this up a little bit so we can see it. If it equals true, then the symbol, we want that. We want it at that position. So we're essentially saying, hey, I want that symbol if it is true. Now, where did this, okay, got it. Perfect. And that looks pretty good. So what else do we need to do here? We want to turn that into a list now, right? So we can get a list of this. So let's say open position list equals open position df, and we want to say to list, and for symbol in open position list, we want to set the symbol to symbol, and then we want to do the P&L close for that symbol. So the P&L close is going to say, hey, okay, we have an open position that's true. Okay, great, that's awesome. That means we're in position. One of these has turned true. But now, every time we run the bot, we need to make sure that, hey, have we hit our max loss? Or have we hit our target? You know, did we get profit or did we hit our max loss? One of those two things. And that acts as my stop loss and my take profit. So I don't just have sitting orders there, which is super nice. By the way, I know I'm flying through this, so if you have any questions, please let me know in the comment section below. But if you do appreciate me showing all this here, then please do tap that like button. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say all symbols. I'm gonna try to save this to a data frame. Actually a CSV, PD, because it's already in data frame, right? No, I already have a CSV, so I'm gonna say read CSV. Let me think about this for a second. And I apologize, this is actually what I do every day, so I'm not here just making YouTube videos, so I do sometimes have to think about things. I think I have this CSV here. Let's go ahead. Fee symbols. I should have a CSV, and all these files here, by the way, are somewhere on my YouTube channel, so just check them out if you have any questions. Okay, so those are all the symbols. Okay, but I have another one, I thought. Okay, well, that will work for now, I think. We'll see. We'll be able to debug this. Let's go ahead and then just pick a random symbol out of that list. So let's say random symbol position equals random dot rand range, and 0, I think it was 78 symbols there, right? The interesting thing is I only have 19 symbols here. So that kind of tells me that this is only active on 19 symbols. So what we need to do is actually okay, let's just try this for now. Do I have all the symbols on the above list activated? So my question here is I have this list of 78 different symbols, right? And it's in a CSV format. I'm reading it in, and then I'm grabbing a random one out of that symbol list because we want to trade all of the symbols that we have available on this exchange, right? So random symbol equals all symbols dot ilog, and then random symbol position, I believe. Yep. And then where it says symbol. Okay, so there we go. And I just want to print the random symbol. Random symbol. So I want to run this bot now, and essentially what it should do is print a random symbol every time we run it. So let's see what this says. Single position indexer is out of bounds. Okay. Line 339 and 324. So this is good. I'm glad we're running into an error because this is how we debug things. And this is really how, I don't know about you, but this is how I learn the best, is by running into errors. So it says there's an error on this line right here, bug, and open position df, open bool. It's interesting. Let's go ahead. I don't think this is going to change anything, but let's run it back real quickly. And hopefully we just get the same error. Perfect. Single positional indexer is out of bounds. So df, active symbols df, symbol.ilog. I'm just gonna break it back up because that didn't seem to fix it. I always look for the easiest fixes first. Okay, so open positions df equals active positions df, which is that, dot location of active positions df where the open bool, where it equals true. And then the symbol ilog, I missed something. That's why we debug. Okay, so there we go. So it grabs a random symbol, perfect. And that's what we want. And I actually want to see this run for a little bit. So what I'm going to do here, let's say, let's get this running every like 1 second. So schedule dot every 1 second, and let's say seconds dot do, and then bot. So this is going to help it run every 1 second, because at this point we're just grabbing a random symbol, because remember, the goal of this bot is to trade all of the available symbols and look for mean reversion. Except, sheesh, my typing is off today. This mic is in the way. Let's say maybe an internet problem. Sleeping 10. So we're gonna put it to sleep. So essentially this is gonna allow me to sleep if there's an internet problem or something. But now we should print a random symbol every 1 second. And that random symbol should be out of our list. Okay, so you can see it's printing random symbols, which is great. Now we know that's working, so let's just let that run for a while, and it should just continue to print a random symbol. So now we're saying, hey, you know, every 1 second I want a new random symbol. And this random symbol, what are we gonna do with it? You'll see. We're gonna do mean reversion now with that random symbol. So we're making some good progress here. And if you do appreciate me sharing all this, just tap that like button. It keeps me going. And let's go ahead and say here, let's go ahead and say symbols equals all symbols where the symbol dot values, we want to say put it to a list, and then symbol equals random symbol. Perfect. And then we want to set the leverage. This is where we're going to set the leverage. So set leverage, and we'll say we already have the leverage variable at the top, so leverage and symbol, just like that. And then we want to get our SMAs. So let's go ahead and say get SMAs. And let's just keep this running, but let's bring it down a little bit. So get SMAs. Now we have to get the simple moving averages. You see these green lines over here on the right side, top right? We want this green line pretty much. So how are we going to do that? First, we want to put the time frame, time 15 minutes, and we'll set that to 15 minutes. And then we're going to say limit 15 equals 15 bars, or 97. And then we're going to say df SMA, and we're going to actually use one of my files that we've set up here on this YouTube channel. And we're going to say n dot, which is just going to grab the SMA if I pass in this information that we just set up. Time 15 minutes, just like that. And that's going to get us the SMA. And I can show you that here. df SMA 15 minute. We know that the random symbols, they're working now. So now we should get the SMA. And it's going to return a data frame, I believe. So starting indies, okay, perfect. So it's going to get us a new data frame. And you can actually see here, like that's for GAL, this is for AVE, this one's for 100 Jasmine, whatever that is. Okay, so that's working. I don't need to print this, but we got the SMA's 15 minute, and I think, yeah, I want to do this for the 4 hour as well. So I'm actually going to just copy this and paste it. I'm not quite sure if we're going to do the 4 hour. This is on the 1 hour. I was just showing to explain it, but let's go ahead and look at the 15 minute. So you can see it's actually, it would be mean reverting right now. Like there's a 1% there, and you know, at 6x leverage, that's 6%. That's a pretty good little trade right there. But we don't have the bot done yet. So we got to get it done. We got to get it done. So now we're going to change this to 4H because we want it 4 hour. And we also want to say time, let's just call this time frame 4 hour. And let's call this limit 4H, and I believe 30 times 4 is about 5 days. 4 hour, just like that. This looks good. And now we want to pass this time frame in here and this limit in there. Like that, and from there I think we can keep on moving because I should change this actually. This should be SMA 4 hour, like that. And then let's go ahead and see if this prints out. DF SMA 4 hour in here instead, just like that. And this now should print out the 4 hour SMA every 1 second. Okay, it's looking good. It's doing it. We're going well. So let's go ahead and write out the strategy really quickly. Mean reversion. I swear I'm not this bad at typing. It's just my mic isn't my way. Mean reversion strategy. So let's say if price gets too far from the 15-minute SMA, trade it back. So you can see, as of this moment right now, while recording this, it's getting pretty far away from the SMA. But we have to figure out how far do we want. So, but only do this with the trend. So we'll check out the trend by looking at the 4 hour. And to explain that, meaning if the 4 hour price is under the SMA, this equals bearish. Plus inverse. So what I mean by plus inverse is it's the same as true, but the opposite way. So essentially, what I mean by that inverse is if price is over the SMA equals bullish trend. If in bullish, then only trade mean reversion to the upside. If bearish, look for sells when price gets too high over the 15-minute. Okay, so now let's look at the chart really quickly. So the rules I just wrote out would pretty much clearly say this is bullish. We're in a bullish 4 hour trend. So when it's bullish, if the trend is bullish, we only trade mean reversion to the upside. Okay, so we got the strategy here. Now let's just go ahead and write it out. I don't think this part's going to take very long. We need to get the ask and the bid. So let's say ask bid. We already have a function up there to get the ask and the bid. So let's just say ask bid. And then ask equals ask bid at position 0. And then bid is just 1. Just like that. And then we want to get the signal of the 4 hour, because this is going to determine the long-term trend. SMA 4 hour equals, excuse me, it's SMA 4 hour at the sig position dot iLock, and we want the last one, so it's -1. And then we want to get the SMA 15 minute equals DF SMA 15 minute. Remember, we made those SMAs just a minute ago. SMA 20 and then 15 minute dot iLock, -1. Okay. And then we want to make a couple conditions on when to sell and when to buy. So I'm going to use like 4.4%. Now that might be a little aggressive, but I'm going to do 0.4%. So I'm going to say SMA 15 minute plus, not plus literally, but plus 0.004, so that's 0.4%, equals SMA 15 minute times 1.004. So that's taking the 15 minute SMA and adding 0.4% to it. And let's say SMA 15 minute minus 0.004 equals SMA 15 minute times 0.996. Again, 0.4% away. So SMA 15 minute minus, let's do 0.2% away to 0.002 equals SMA 15 minute. I think this is just going to be helpful later. Times 0.998. That's 0.2. And then SMA 15 minute plus 0.8 equals SMA 15 minute times 1.008. And then SMA 15 minute, you'll see why we're doing all this here in a second, minus 0.008 equals SMA 15 minute times 0.992. And then the last one we're going to do SMA 15 minute plus 0.002. So we should have all of them we need now. Times 1.002. Okay, let's double check all this. Minus, minus, plus. I did not spell minus right here. Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. Now we want to get the open size. Open size equals active positions DF dot lock active positions DF, where the symbol equals the symbol. And then let's break this up a little bit, where the open size at the location of 0. So we're saying, hey, based off of whatever that symbol is, remember we're picking a random symbol, we're gonna look at where that symbol is and we're gonna get the open size. And it should pretty much be the same size for all of them, but let's turn it into an integer just in case. Okay. Now we want to figure out if in position is true or false. Let's go back to 15-minute here. It's right around market open right now, so I actually wanted to check this, see what's going on in the world. QQQ. Okay, that's cool. Apple. Okay, that's cool. Shopify. That's cool. What's going on with the dollar? The dollar's up. Uh-oh. That's no bueno. Okay, cool. So let's go back to our Bitcoin chart here. And let's keep it moving. So we want to figure out if in position is true or false. So remember, we already have open size. And if the open size is bigger than 0, then in position equals true. True. Else in position equals false, right? Because we just got the open size, like this is how many contracts are open. And if it's over 0, in position is true. Pretty simple. Let's go ahead and print some stuff out, just making sure that everything's working. So let's print in position. Let's print open size. And I don't want to print this DF, it just takes up too much room on my screen, but I do want to print that random symbol. So now we're going to see 3 prints, I believe. The print should be, let's just run it. The print should be the random symbol, and then if it's open position, and then if it's in position. This is Clay. Okay, so looks like we have an error somewhere, which is good that we figured it out. So it doesn't get the open size. It clearly gets to here. Starting indies, you can see starting indies. So it looks like it's getting both of the data frames. So I think we actually should print, no, it does get both of the data frames because it gets the ask and the bid. You can see here that it shows the BNB bid or the ask. So it gets there. Let's go ahead and say print bid ask here. Just like that. Just doing a little debugging. Like I said, I do this all here live because, as an algo trader, this is my life. So let's go ahead. Okay, it doesn't look like an error anymore, which is super weird. Okay, there it is. So it looks like some of them are working, but some of them are not working. So GLRM is not working. ICPUSD is not working because you can see maybe an internet problem. U100 people is not working. Let's go ahead and see here if I have a different symbols list, because I have fee symbols. So this is good. This is good that we are able to debug this together. Active symbols. So this is our active symbols list. And this is fee symbols. Okay, so it just looks like we don't have all of the symbols or something. So let's go back to here and let's look through our files, see if we have something that will activate all symbols. And by the way, if you see any files here that you do like, they're all on my YouTube channel somewhere. So it just feels like you can see here, okay, maybe an internet problem is pretty much telling me that there's an error, right? But you can see, like, for this one, there's no error. So it just kind of feels like the list is not the same. So what I want to do here, let's see if I have any other files that can help me out with this. Maybe I can find something here. Because essentially it just looks like we don't have all the symbols coming in. So it's like we only have some of the symbols. Does that make any sense? I don't know. Looks like we have all the symbols here as well, which is weird. Let me go ahead and close that up and put this back to where it was. There we go. So we need to figure out, why is this working for some of them? Like KSM, it's not working for. You can see it says maybe an internet problem. But then it is working for some of them, like LTC USD, it's working for. What I want to do is I'm going to take some of these, I'm going to copy this over, and this is really good. I'm glad that we're finally running into an error, because a lot of this has been smooth sailing, and I've had a lot of great comments saying, hey, the errors are where I learn the most. So, okay, let's figure out what's going on then. So you can see here, for example, here's a good example. LTC USD, that worked. But KSM USD did not work. So let's figure this out. Let's go ahead and say bot all positions, active positions DF. Let's print that out. Print active positions DF, and then let's say time.sleep, and let's not go past there pretty much. My guess is that we just don't have a full list of active positions. So there's 44 rows here. Just like that. And then let's go ahead and paste this active positions list where we had the two examples down here. Where are they? KSM, perfect. So LTC works because it's right there. And does KSM work? KSM's right there. Oh, so you know what? I think this just needs to run and activate the positions. So KSM's gonna work next time because it's on the list. Look at this. It's right there. And then for example, XTZ, is it on the list? XTZ. But is it on the list that we are calling from is the other question. So fee symbols, let's go ahead and check out fee symbols. This is active symbols. This is fee symbols. Let's go ahead and open it up. So let's go back to the ones that we have errors at. So KSM, okay, is it on this list though? KSM, yeah, it is. Okay. So I'm thinking that this might work now. Let's go ahead and close all. Let's run this back. And I'm just gonna let this run for a while, and then I think it's gonna work. Because I think it's just activating. I think this account that I'm using hasn't had all the symbols activated. So what does that mean? Okay, KNC is not working. Let's look at some other bugs too. While this is running, activating on the symbols, hopefully. AXS is not working, but let's go ahead and look at the list. AXS here, let's go back to fee symbols, open it up, and it should be here. AXS, it's there, but SKL is now working, CRV is not working. Okay, this is super interesting. I actually get really excited about bugs because they're kind of the tricky part, right? So let's go ahead and say set leverage, okay, print random symbol. So it prints the random symbol, and it should be resetting leverage over here. Oh, but I've turned off all notifications. Grr, I shouldn't have done that. Okay, so that's not going to help us. Usually it would say, hey, we reset the leverage. So we get to here, bid ask, and the signal for the 4 hour equals signal 4 hour df SMA dot ilog. Let's say this. Let's just do some bug testing here. Print SMA, print line 373. And then let's say print line 388. And then we have in position here, so don't really need that. I think it's starting to work, so it just needed to activate all the positions. So essentially what I think is happening is our list that you saw, that CSV, is longer than the active position list on Femex. So on Femex, you have to activate positions pretty much. So like if I've never traded, for example, NEO, then it's not going to be active on our list. Well, let's check that out because we have the list here. And if it's not active on our list, then it's not going to work. So I'm looking for NEO in this list. So NEO. And it's not shown. Okay, I think this is right then. So let's look at this. So AXS, I believe it wasn't working last time. AXS, remember look, it's not on the list anywhere, but now it's working. You can see it's working now. Okay, so I think we're just gonna let this run for a while and it's gonna activate all symbols. Now it might miss a few because, it's a random, we're putting in a random, picker, so it's gonna take a while, but hey, it's eventually gonna activate them all. So let's just keep this running and let's keep coding. So there was no bug. I love when that happens. Well, again, I don't know if I love it, but I love bugs. When there's a bug that's not actually a bug, that's kind of nice too, but it does waste a little time. That's fine. Sorry for wasting your time. I wish I would have done this on my own, but hey, we're here now and I appreciate you. If you appreciate me, go ahead and tap that like button. So those are going to activate all the positions, and now we just need to really build out our buy function and our sell function. So let's say if sig 4 hour equals buy, this will pretty much say, hey, if we're above the 4 hour SMA, then we want to say bullish equals true. And then I'll write some notes here just so it's easier. If price is higher, way higher, open order, we only long in this instance, so we place orders if we are too much lower from the 15-minute SMA. And that's funny because we just missed, look, we literally missed a mean reversion trade right here. You can see we reverted far from the mean, and while we're building this code out, it literally made the trade. Well, it didn't because we're not in it, but you can see what I'm talking about. So let's just double check this. So GRT, it should show that we don't have it on our list, and we don't. FIL, we don't have it on our list, and we don't. Okay, so I think my hypothesis is correct, and it's just activating these, which is great, and it will activate them because we're tweaking the leverage. So, okay, I'm very happy about this. So now we have this strategy written out. We want to go ahead and say if bid is equal or greater or smaller than SMA 15-minute and in position, you know, we only want to enter if we have no position, so it equals false. Then we want to do Phoenix dot cancel all orders because we want to make sure that for this symbol we don't have like double orders or something. And then we want to say Phoenix dot create limit buy order, and we'll pass in the symbol and then the position size, and then we're going to do the minus 8%, 0.8%, minus 0.8%, and then we'll pass in the params. So that's that. And then we're going to say print F. Let's do a couple nice looking stars. Say buy to open, and then we'll pass in that symbol. Perfect. So that's our buy function right there. And then we'll say else no order equals true. And let's go back to this. So we're now at this LF, and we'll say LF sig 4 hour equals sell. If that's the case, then bullish equals false for sure. And then we want to do pretty much the inverse. So if bid, the inverse of this. So I'm not going to write out the notes again. I'm just going to do the inverse. If bid is greater than or equal to SMA 15-minute and in position equals false, again, we only want to enter if it's false, then we want to say Phoenix dot cancel all orders and symbol. And then Phoenix, pretty much this again. I'm just going to copy it over because I'm lazy. And this is where I always mess things up. Limit sell order. Make sure to change that. Symbol. And then we need to say SMA plus 8%. Position size will be position size. And we'll say sell to open. So print sell to open. And boom, just like that. Let's go ahead and say an else. And we'll say in that else, we'll say no order equals true, whatever. I don't really care about that. And then last, we want to say else bullish equals false. So we set bullish as true because the signal of the 4 hour that we put in our data frame is true. I'm actually pretty curious what's going on here. I always like to watch the market a little bit during open just to kind of see where the world's going. But cool, cool, cool. Looks like we're just having another day. Another day, another dollar. And guess what? I think we're done. I think we are done. So this is gonna work itself out, I believe, over time. Now let's go ahead and see how this runs. This is the ask. I don't want all that actually. So let's go to ask bid. clean some of this up a little bit. Let's say ask bid, print, this is the ask. Oh, interesting. I did that earlier. Ask bid, print, sell to close. Oh, sorry, this is in the kill switch. Open positions. I know we have a couple things printing here. By the way, I know I flew through this relatively. If you want all this code, it's all in the bootcamp. There's a link for that below. It's also all over my YouTube channel. I try to just give everything here for frizzy. This is the ask for a Doge. I wonder where that's coming from though. Okay, so I think we're done though. This is the whole code. It's gonna throw an error for a little while until every single symbol is activated. But let's go ahead and say run this every 10 seconds. And yeah, I build these bots every single day because I'm a true believer removing emotions out of your trading is one of the best edges you can really get. And you know, I'm not saying that you can't trade by hand. I just think that it's much harder. So, I'm not gonna do it. I'm way more profitable when I'm algo trading than I am when I'm hand trading because of emotions. It's hard to close when you're supposed to close. It's hard to open when you're supposed to open. So what I did is I went ahead and put all of this code and all of the other code you've seen on my YouTube channel inside of a bootcamp with shorter, more concise videos that just walk you through everything from beginner or wherever you are in your algo trading journey to being a professional and being able to build any strategy that you have into a bot that runs for you 24/7. Now, of course, you just saw me build this live, so I wouldn't just go run this bot by any means. Test it for yourself, of course. Put your own strategy in it. That's kind of why I make these YouTube videos, is so you can put your own strategy in things. I'm gonna go ahead and say this is the ask. Oh, that's gonna show me a lot. But anyways, all the code is there. I know that I get a lot of people asking, hey, can you share the code? So I just put it all in there. There's a link for that below. If you do like this content, please go ahead and tap that like button and hit the subscribe. But other than that, I do invite you to the bootcamp. But if you don't feel like it's the time for you, don't worry about it. I've got so much free content here on YouTube, and I'm gonna keep posting. I'm gonna keep building algorithms. And if you appreciate that, tap the like button. So I'll see you inside the bootcamp, or if not, hey, I'll see you in the next video that I'll put on your screen right now. Talk to you there. What is going on? In today's video, we are going to build a scanner that looks through all of the different cryptos. So ETH, BTC, and pretty much every single altcoin here. There's probably like 75 to 100 of them. And essentially what it's gonna do, this algo is gonna scan through and see which crypto is breaking out. Meaning, hey, if this is resistance right here, is it breaking out? Is it going past resistance? Or is it breaking down? Is it going below resistance? So let me go over to my Twitter here, twitter.com/moondev on YouTube, and I just explained it here. And I like to explain all of my strategies before I build it, simply because it's a little easier to understand if I just write it out in clear English, because sometimes I just run through this. So yeah, this is my Twitter, moondev on YT. And essentially, we're building a scanner trading algo that will scan BTC, Ethereum, and 74 plus more altcoins to see which is breaking out, aka smashing resistance, or breaking down, aka smashing support. And then when we see which one is doing one of those things, we can later build into the algo, maybe trade it, you know? We'll have to see what type of strategy we want to work on there. But you can hear one of my strategies that I built here on YouTube going crazy and trying to close positions, because it looks like we've hit our profit target on a lot of these positions. You can see this is just a testing account, so I don't use crazy amounts of money or anything. But that algorithm is running down here. It's you can read this if you'd like. It's a mean reversion algorithm we built here on YouTube. But at the end of the day, I'm here just to do my day. I do this every single day. I build new algorithms every single day, about 6 to 8 hours per day. And my thought is, hey, this stuff was really, really hard for me to learn because there weren't many resources out there. And it makes sense. It's a pretty secretive industry. Nobody wants to share their strategies. I get it. But hey, I've learned everything on the internet. So I need to put out at least some information on this. So what I try to do is I'll take, 30 minutes to 2 hours and just create live here with you on YouTube. Because if I can show you how to automate your strategy or help you with one piece of your strategy or anything, it's going to increase your trading, and you're going to be a better trader because of it. And I'm a huge believer that algorithmic trading is the best way to trade. So if I can teach you how to automate some of it, that's awesome. So let's just dive right into it. If you do appreciate me sharing all this information here for free, please go ahead and just tap that like button. That's the only thing I do ask. And I know I'll be flying through a lot of this and just coding fairly quickly. I'll try to talk through most of it. But if I'm ever going too fast, just let me know in the comments below. If you have a question, I'll make sure to check out all of the comments and answer those. And then if you ever want the code or anything else, just go ahead and there's a link below and you can just grab everything there. So let's go ahead and import the imports we need. So you'll need to import all of these things. If you don't have one of these things, then just pip install it, like CCXT or Pandas, or yeah, those are pretty much the two. And essentially where we're going to start, we need to connect to the exchange. So I'm just going to connect to my exchange here by doing this little import here. And we can see I need to bring in this don't share config. Paste it in there. And there we go. Now we're connected to the exchange. So what I want to do is then start the scanner. So let's say scanner here. And I'm going to say time frame. Let's check out the time frame of 5 minutes. This will be, we're looking at 5-minute bars. And number of bars, let's do, I believe 288 bars. 288 bars equals 24 hours. So I'm going to do 289 because, so we get one extra. Actually, it's not one extra. It's just how coding works. And then what we want to go ahead and do now that we're connected here, I want to bring in my nice functions file. So I have it, import nice functions, and import nice functions. Let's do as n. So now I can call my nice functions file. This is a file that we built here on YouTube. If you need to see that, go ahead and check around. If you want just the code immediately, there's a link for that below. I put together a boot camp that just walks everybody through everything a little more structured. This is my day-to-day. You can hear my algo going crazy. I'm actually gonna maybe lower the volume. I don't know. Let me know if that's too loud, but I do like to hear the sounds going off because it tells me my algo is working. I can also just watch it down here. It looks like we're trying to close out of a position for a while now. Probably not a lot of liquidity, but looks like we hit our target here of 9% on this, whatever this SHIB USD is. Looks like we hit our target on SAND, which is nice. Looks like we hit our target on ZIL. Hit our target on XRP, hit our target on Link. So this is doing well because it's a mean reversion strategy, but yeah, like I said, I go over all that. So let's go ahead and let's get all the markets. So let's get all markets, and we'll do that by saying exchanges equals Phoenix, okay? And then let's say for exchange, in exchanges, df equals pd dot data frame, and say for ticker in fee markets, we need to get fee markets actually, so let's go ahead and make fee markets up here. Let's go ahead and put it right here where I said fee markets equals feemex dot fetch currencies. And you can see I'm calling feemex, but feemex is really calling CCXT up there. And let's say for ticker in fee markets, let's say tickers equals ticker from 0 to 6. So essentially we'll just get the ticker symbol. And then we want to remove, let's say F tickers slash USDT. So we're just getting the ticker symbol and then we're adding a USDT to it. So this is going to work for the spot markets. You can see that I trade on the derivatives market, but the spot markets show good volume as well. So let's say print F and let's say tickers on exchange. And from there, I think we should just run this to make sure everything's working well. So let's say scanner, and let's run this, see what we have. Okay, so this shows all of the tickers on what exchange. So later, or actually I probably won't even need to do this with you since since I'll show you how to do it for feemex. This is one exchange. You could do it for all the other exchanges as well, Coinbase, yada, 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 Binance, whatever. But now what we want to go ahead and do is we need to get the new bars for each of the symbols that we just found. But I think what might happen is sometimes there won't be bars. So I'm going to wrap this in a try block, say try. And this is a little sketch when I do it like this, but it's all good. Let's say, what should we do here? And I'm sorry, sometimes I do have to think because this is my day-to-day, right? So it's not like I'm just, I don't just do this. I don't just make YouTube videos. I'm actually doing this every morning. So that's why sometimes there's pauses in my videos. And hey, sometimes some people like that because I'll even have to look up bugs here and there. So some people like that because you can see the learning process. But I do apologize when I do have to think. So that's why there's random pauses here and there. But like I said, there's more concise videos in the bootcamp that go over all the code. You get all the code, all that good stuff, if you are short on time. But yeah, so I want to pull in the bars here. And since I just, let's see. I want to get the bars from the exchange that we're on. So I'm setting this up in a way that we can add more exchanges. But for now, I've set exchange to feemex. And I could set this and say like Coinbase. I could say Binance. I would just have to make those connections up here. But for now, since it's just a list and of one thing, which is feemex, I can say bars equals, remember I'm saying we're doing a loop here, so I can say exchange dot fetch open high close, and then we want to pass in tickers and then time frame. And then limit equals number of bars. Okay, I'll make this so you can see it a little better. Boom, just like that. Now we want to say new df equals pd dot data frame. And in that data frame, we're going to have bars and we're going to have columns. And those columns are going to be timestamp. It's going to be the open. Going to be the high, the low, and the close. And then probably the volume. Yeah, let's get the volume. Just like that. So now we have the high, open, low, all the stuff we need. Let's go ahead and make that a little better for you. And then from there, we want to change the timestamp to be a little more computer readable. So let's say new df equal, not new df, timestamp equals pd to date time. And we'll say new, I'll put it down here, new df timestamp unit equals milliseconds. Just like that. And then let's just set a ticker found to true. Remember, I'm saying this as a try block, so essentially I'm saying, hey, boom, we found a ticker, because sometimes we won't. Now what we want to do is we want to find the support and the resistance. So like support, you know, would be like ish down here. If you look at top right, you see kind of this is support-ish area, and this would be resistance-ish area up here, depending on the time frame you're looking at. So I think we're doing 5-minute time frames here. And let's say support equals new df. And let's say we want the low dot minimum. So this is actually not the close. You can see the bars close here in the top right. I'm looking at the exchange now. You can see the bar closes here at this price. For example, in this example, it's 22810, but I'm actually getting the low, so 22750. Some people would argue that a breakout is where the body closes, or the support is where the body closes up here. But for this case, I'm doing it down here. If you wanted to do it the other way, you would just change this low to close. Spell it the right way, but you know, that's pretty easy to do. But I wanted to show you the difference there. And let's say resistance equals new df dot high. Well, not dot high, but, and then we do max. So same thing for here. Super easy to make the support and resistance. It just depends on how you want to make it. You can see some people would argue that the resistance is where the bar closes, would be right here, 22941. But I'm doing it in a way that it's where the wick is, 22970. So whichever way you want to do that, you can change this if you'd like that to be at the close or whatever. Let's see what the low to high value is. So pretty much resistance minus support. And then I want to see what the average is. The average equals resistance plus support. Remember, that's the high plus the low, and then divide by 2 because there's 2, right? So let's go ahead and print some information for us. Support is this. high is this, low to high is this, and then the average is this. So let's throw those in there. And then support. Just like that. So let's make this a little, well, actually I'm gonna keep it like that, or so it'll look weird. But there, you can see it, boom. And then let's put an except block here, except print F. There is no symbol for tickers. OB equals nothing. Ticker found equals false. So the order book equals nothing. Now let's run this because I want to see if we've gone so far. Essentially, we're going through each exchange. Right now I only have one exchange, but later if you wanted to set up more exchanges, you could just throw your keys up here and then loop through them here. If you do have a question on that, just let me know in the comment section. I can make a follow-up video, or if that's needed, or I'm going to put all the code to this in the bootcamp right after this. So that should all be there. Let's see here. Let's run it and see what we have. Okay, so now it's just printing out all of the highs, the lows. This is for every single, this is beautiful. This is the high, the low to high, the average for every single ticker on Femex. So we're looking at Femex right here on our right side, and on our left side, we're literally getting every single ticker, and we're seeing the high, the low, and the average, and it's just going through there. And now we pretty much have to make an indication of whether it's breaking out or breaking down or not. So you can see there's like, I don't know, 75 to 100 different symbols on Femex that we're going through, and you can see now it's hitting the accept block. It's saying, hey, there's no symbol for this or that, you know, bake USDT, yada yada. So our try and accept block is working perfectly. And now we just need to go ahead and do the signal part. So perfect. Let's go back into our try block here and see what else we can do. You can hear my bot still trying to close this SHIB position. I need to probably fix this a bit, because while it's trying to close this SHIB position, it's actually neglecting all of our other positions. And you can see here that if I open this up, like our other positions, like this one, this ETH position hit 10%, which we're just trying to make like 8%, I believe. And this has hit 18%. So while these percentages are going higher, that's kind of good, but at the same time, it's kind of bad, because I would like it to work differently than this. I would like it to see what positions have hit their target and then exit totally out of them immediately, instead of saying, hey, I'm just trying to close out the SHIB position and then I'll move on to the next one. So, you know, while we did build this one on screen, this is like a good example of why I don't recommend just running the bots that we build, because I'm building on YouTube with you. This has obviously done super well, as you can see by the results, open positions, but there's tweaks that I'm gonna make. So, you know, while I do share as much as possible here on YouTube, and I really love sharing with you, it's just kind of risky to just run anything live. So I always recommend, don't just like copy my code and run it. Use what I do here on this YouTube channel as a kind of tool in your toolbox, right? You've got me to help out and help do some of the coding for you that you can then learn from and then put it into your own strategies. So I just never want to get to the point where it's like, hey, I don't want to be one of those guys like, hey, use my algo or use my bot because it's so profitable and you're going to make $1 bajillion. It's like, that's not what I'm trying to do here. I'm just trying to share what I'm personally building. And hey, if you can build something off of that, that's awesome. It's kind of my version of open source and just like sharing the information because nobody else is sharing this information. So if you do appreciate all of that, please do tap that like button. It tells me, hey, keep building with me opposed to building without me. So let's just dive back into it. I know I just went on a whole tangent about a different bot and all that good stuff, but let's get back into it and let's get these signals going. So let's see, how are we going to do this? Essentially, we are printing out the support, the high, the resistance, low to high, and all that good stuff right now. And from here, we want to go ahead. I want to bring in the bids and the asks, because sometimes the data is going to be lagging a little bit, right? Because if you're getting the 5-minute bar, you're actually getting 5 minutes ago at some point, or it might be 2 minutes ago, but it's some minute ago. So I actually want to bring in the bid and the ask, because the bid and the ask are right up here. If you want to see on the top right, you can see this is the ask, this is the bid. This is a more accurate price than the 5-minute bar. So I want to bring that in, and we'll do that by bringing in the order book first. So like say exchange dot fetch order book, and then we want to pass in the tickers, and then we want to say the bid equals order book bids at the zero position, and then the ask is pretty similar, except we want to say asks, just like that, and we can say print F for tickers, the current bid is bid, ask is ask. So we'll just put an ask there and bid here. And now we have a little feedback. Now we want to make a data frame, another data frame, data frame for signals. So let's call this a signal df. I'm just going to copy, no, let's not copy that. Let's go pd.dataframe. This is going to make my code run a little slower, but oh well. Let's say timestamp equals new df. So that's our old df. We call it new df. And then let's go ahead and just do some copy pasting here. Let's call this tickers. And let's call this symbol. Symbol and ticker, interchangeable word, for me at least. And then this one, we'll call this exchange. Again, building this in a way that we can add more exchanges, because, why not? I like to build things that are easily usable again. Let's click do support here on this. And let's do resistance. It's funny because I don't know how to spell resistance. But that goes to show, like, you don't need to be a genius to do this stuff. You just have to have a good strategy. A lot of people think that you can't algo trade if you don't know how to do math or whatever. But like you can see, I'm a native English speaker and I can't even spell. So let's change this one to bid. Let's change this one to ask. Let's change this break, let's call it break out, so out. And this one we'll say break down. So the difference between a breakout is breakout's going up, breakdown is going down. So we would say false. We're going to set these to false to start, and then we'll change them later. So how will we change them? I'll show you. It's not too hard to do. Let's go ahead and say if bid is over resistance, so this is the current price pretty much. If current price is above resistance, print F. We have a break out for takers. Bid is higher than resistance. So that's pretty easy, right? And then we'll say breakout. I just can't type. Break out equals true. And then we want to say signal DF. In that DF, remember we said breakout is false. We actually want to make it true now. And we can do that by just saying breakout. Because we just set breakout to true, right? Set breakout to true, and then we set it true here. I could have used pandas to do this, but I think this is the easier way for now. And then we want to say LF, ask is under support. I want to do all of this, copy all this over. And then we need to change it to break down. Break down. And then bid is lower than support. Okay, perfect. Break down equals true. Break down equals break down. That should be good. Let's see if I got out of this position yet. Sheesh. This is one, almost a bug, I would say, on this bot. It's trying to get out of this position, but it's not. But hey, at least it's still doing well. So that code, if you want to, see it, it's all in the bootcamp. Link for that below. But like I said, I built this live here on YouTube. So, use it at your own risk, of course. I actually just would not, even though it's been profitable for me, I would not suggest using it because I built it, The whole point of this YouTube channel is just to kind of demystify how hard this is. You can see I don't even know how to spell. So if I can help demystify this industry, then I think it's going to help some people, at least, get into it. And the reason I think more people should algo trade is because it's like what all the hedge funds and the banks are doing. So it's like, if institutions are doing it, why isn't retail? I don't know. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Let's see, what else do we need? Oh, I need to get the signal from the last loop, or each loop. Okay, so what we'll do here is after this except block, we want to say signal df equals signal df minus 1 on. So we just want the last line of the signal df essentially. And then we want to print signal df. And then we want to append it to our regular df and say signal df here. And then let's print some space because it'll just look nicer. And then let's put a nice little line here so we can make it look beautiful. And then outside of the except, so after we're done, I want to count the number of breakouts. So let's say count the number of breakouts or downs, and that's pretty easy to do. We just want to print df breakdown dot value counts, and then pretty much the opposite for, oh, I didn't spell this right, or I did, but break out, break down, and break out. I'm looking up here. Break out, break down, break out, break down. So that's how you count the number of breakouts. And then let's print the number of symbols is this. Okay. And then we want to be able to compare it. So like get the symbol count in order to compare. Let's say symbol count, and you'll see what I'm doing here in a second. Length df.index. See, we're just trying to get the length of the symbols. And then we want to get the breakout sum. So breakout number equals df. So how many breakouts are there really? Breakout dot sum. And let's say print. I don't think we actually need this stuff, but it might be nicer. Total number of breakouts that are true equals breakout number. And then we kind of want to do the same thing, but for breakdowns. So I love copy and pasting. It's the best thing in the world. One of my favorite parts of coding is literally how you can just do something once, and then from there on you can just use it over and over again. Just copy paste, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste. Total number of breakdowns reminds me of the J. Cole song. Breakout number. Did I do that? Breakdown number? Just like that. Okay, so breakdown number is like that. Now, does it all look right? Yep. So breakout is taking the sum of the breakouts and the sum of the breakdowns. It's going to print that for us. And then just a few more lines here. We want to get like a signal if it's bullish or not. Get bullish signal or bearish signal. And how do we do that? Say if breakdown number is bigger than breakout number. So this is going to tell us, hey, is there more breakouts or breakdowns overall on all crypto, on this exchange at least? There are more breakdowns than breakouts. Bullish set to whatever we set it to. So we set it to false on that one. So we'll do a elif here, and do something similar, but the opposite. Breakout number. If this number is bigger than the breakdown number, bullish would be true. Because look, more breakouts than there's breakdowns. That means overall, crypto is pretty bullish. So this could be a good indicator for there are more breakouts. Downs. Okay, so there we go. Now this is going to tell us the overall state of crypto, low-key, very low-key, for at least the time frame we have. Remember, we're looking at 5-minute time frames, so everything is just variable depending on the time frame you're looking at. Like, are you looking at a weekly time frame? Are you looking at a 5-minute time frame? And so on and so on. Kind of another point to like why I don't sell trading bots. I'll never sell a trading bot because it's like, how can I possibly tell you what time frame I'm running it on? And on top of that, sure, I can tell you the time frame. That's not too hard. But the reality is, how am I able to tell you when I'm turning on and off strategies? That's why I think it's such BS when people are like, hey, buy this bot, it works, yada yada percent, whatever. It's like, number one, if everybody's using the same trading bot or trading algorithm, that strategy is eventually going to go to zero. Number two, there's no way to tell you when the creators turn it on or off. My strategy includes turning on and off different trading algorithms depending on the environment that we're in. So unless the trading algos are already set up with, pieces of machine learning that can really tell you exactly when to turn on and off without the operator or the creator, and in this case, I'm the creator. If I can't sit there and tell you when to turn on or off, then there's no way you should just be running my bots live. Again, the whole point of this YouTube channel is like, hey, if I can teach you how to build, then you can build forever. You can take all your strategy. And that gets me so excited because the way I look at it is we all have different views and outlooks on the world, right? We all have different experiences. We all see different things every single day. And we all come to different strategies, and we have different assumptions, and we all just see the world differently. So my strategies that I come up with are going to be heavily biased to the things that I've learned in my life, while yours are going to be similar, right? They're going to be skewed towards the things that you've learned in your life or the way you look at the market and approach trading, right? So that's why it's so exciting for me to be able to teach you. Number one, it's not that hard to build these. Number two, like, here's some like ideas, but if I can teach you how to code pieces of it, then you can build your own strategy, because that's where the alpha is. It's in your own strategy. So end rant. Let's go ahead and say print. There are the same amount of breakouts and breakdowns, right? Because I said if the breakout number is higher than this, it's bullish. There's more breakouts, right? If it's lower, then other way around. So if breakdown number is bigger than breakout number, it's bullish. It's not bullish, it's false. That makes more sense. And then breakout number, if that's higher, that total number is higher than the breakdown number, then bullish is true. Okay, so what else do we need here? What else? Okay, I want to do this one little thing here. Essentially make a new data frame if the row is true. So rows with true equals df.lock df where it says breakout, where that equals true, or, so let's do or operator, df dot breakdown. If either of those conditions are true, then let's print rows true, and I think I'll mark this out for now, but I'm gonna put it here for later. I'll be able to export it. So rows out true to CSV, and we'll just say signal breakout.csv with the index equals false. But I'm not going to use that for now. Maybe you want to use that in your strategy. Okay. Now I want to do something that might help in the future, but essentially I'm gonna get 7%. I want to say if 7% or more of the symbols are breaking out or down, put emergency close. Now, this, I'm not actually going to close things here, but this is just kind of an indicator, right? So if breakdown number is bigger than, let's say, perk 07, print emergency close all 7% or more, 7% plus symbols are breaking down. Now, of course, we need to make 7%, so perk 7 equals symbol count times 0.07. So we're taking the symbol count and saying 7%, and then if that breakout number, if there's a number that's bigger than 7% of that symbol count, so aka 7% or more of symbols are breaking out or breaking down, then we want to say emergency close. Now, this is just feedback for myself. Like if, for example, I'm not a hand trader, but if I wanted to enter a hand trade, then this would be good. Let's go ahead and put an LF actually here, because I want to do the same thing. LF breakout number is bigger than perk 07, print this. And I want to set a variable, or else it makes not too much sense. Perk 7% true. Emergency close. Okay, finally filled. Sheesh. Now it's moving on. Sorry, I'm jumping back to this bot now. The mean reversion bot, you saw probably for most of this video, has been trying to close the SHIB. It looks like we've hit our max or our P&L on XLM, Solana, GLM. We went way over it because of that problem I explained earlier. Ethereum, we hit our target as well, 10%. Our target is 9%, as you can see the feedback here. Now it's just waiting for it to fill. So if you look back at this, look how long it was trying to close SHIB. Like, there's just not a lot of buyers and sellers, clearly, because it wasn't closing, and I only do limit orders. So you can see that the GRM, for example, hit the target of 9%, and the buy to close, it filled almost immediately because it moved on to Ethereum. Ethereum's at 10%, awesome, that's our target. Now you can see it's done four orders. It enters the order, cancels it, enters the order, canceled it. And then something I didn't expect in the kill switch, probably meaning it filled. So you can see now it's running through all of these other ones saying, hey, GMT is at 6%, TRX is at 5%, XRP is 7 point whatever percent, Dash, checking mean reversion, sell to open. We just opened a position on Dash, ZC PNL. Okay, so these are all my PNLs, and I'm pretty sure if we look up here, what is our target? Oh, target is 9% on all of these. So they do have to move a little bit more, but hey, these are all profitable right now, which is cool to see, but it doesn't really mean anything. I don't think on 1 or 2 trades or even 5 or 10 trades. The play for me is like over 1,000 trades, right? So, you know, this is a nice example. I'm sure tomorrow's video, they'll show a lot of negative percentages. I don't want this to be like, oh my God, my bot never loses. If your bot never loses, it's a lie. Like, it does lose. It absolutely does lose. Let's go look at the closed positions just to show that it does lose. Like, we're in, okay, there's a losing position right here. Let's go to closed positions here, and let's try to find some losses. It's just we're reverting to the mean right now. So all of these ROI, 9%, 15%, 4%, 14%, 11%, 10%, 12%, 8%, 9%, positive ROIs, 8%. But this is a well-chosen time. Like, I just happen to be making a video while we're mean reverting. So it does look like my bot doesn't lose, but it's just not true. It does lose. I'm gonna find a loser here. Okay, well, there's no losers on this page, and I'm sorry. It's 9%, 7%, 8%, 8%, 8%, 11%, 8%, 11%, 8%, 8%, 11%, 9%. So ironically, there are no losers on my ROI column for these last like 20 some trades, but I'm telling you, as an honest person, my bot loses as well. It's just I happen to be here with 0 losses on these positions, and I guess that's cool, but I don't want you to get misconstrued thinking that, hey, you can just use my bot and it's going to be super profitable. Like I've said so many times in this video already, it's just not true that the bots are going to be profitable right off the bat. Anything I build on YouTube is more so to help show you, number one, that it's not that hard. Like, I'm just a regular dude, can't even spell resistance right, and I'm able to build bots. And then number two, like most importantly, you can see the things that I'm building, the way I'm thinking about things, and then you can see how I actually code it. And from there, you can actually go build your own strategy, take your strategy and turn it into a bot. Just because this bot happens to have 0 losses right now doesn't mean it doesn't have losses. I will tell you again and again, it loses money. This is just super weird. So I'm gonna jump back on tomorrow, and hopefully it's showing some losses, because this looks too good to be true. I don't want you to think that, hey, you can just build a bot and it's gonna be super profitable all the time. Or I don't want you to think that, hey, if you join my bootcamp that you're gonna get super profitable bots. You're gonna see all the code that I build, of course, but I really need you to understand that, like, this is an anomaly, I would say. Like, to look at this P&L and see there's 0 losses in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. In the last 20 trades, there are 0 losses, but I'm not sitting here saying, hey, go buy my bot because it's going to be super profitable. I never want to go down that route. I never do. I've had some people contact me and say, hey, I saw that your bot's super profitable. Can I have it and start running it? And the answer is no. Like, I'm already going across the boundaries here, and other quants and algo traders are probably mad at me for sharing all this information. I'm not just going to give you my trading bot that's profitable. I would way rather teach you exactly how to build your own bot with your strategy, because like I said, we all have different experiences, and if I can teach you how to build your strategy into a robust trading bot, guess what? Then you'll have your strategy and you'll be able to build a new one tomorrow and the next day and the next day. I just think it's a scam to say that, you know, you can just plug and play a bot. You can't do that. You cannot do that. So if anybody's ever offering you a bot, don't do it unless you're going into it with the thought of, hey, I can learn from this and then build my own strategy. If it's like a website, an app or whatever, a trading bot, in my opinion, that's not going to work. So, end rant. Let's keep going. So, essentially, now I want to set percentage 0 cent lows close to true. And I want to do one here, and percentage 0% highs close. Perfect. And then here we're pretty much saying no anomalies in breakouts or downs. And then I'm gonna put a little note to myself, measuring if 7%. So no anomalies in breakouts or breakdowns, and I put a little note saying measuring to 7%. So you can change this. This could be like 20% if you want, 30%. This just depends on you. And now let's run it and see if it works. So essentially, from what I've built here thus far with you here on YouTube is essentially we're going through every single symbol on this exchange, and we can have every single crypto exchange if we want, and we're saying, hey, has it broken through support or has it broken through resistance? A breakout is when it breaks through resistance. A breakdown is when it breaks downward through support. So, you know, everybody might have a different definition, but let's go ahead and run this bot and see how it does. Okay, so it looks like it's running here, and you can see all the information we need to see. Saying it's kind of going fast here, but I can break one of these down. So it's essentially running saying, hey, this is the ticker, this is the symbol. Is it breaking out? False, false. Is it breaking down? False, false. And if it breaks out, it's going to tell us when it breaks out, and it'll slow down and put it into its own data frame. So this is pretty amazing in my opinion, because now we can clearly see, hey, what symbol is breaking out and what symbol is breaking down, and I can just let this run all day. And when things start to break out, if I want to do some hand trading, which I don't really like doing, I can do it. Or I can turn on a bot, my breakout bot, when it does break out. Or I can take one of these variables we've set up and just implement it into that breakout bot and say, hey, when an altcoin or whatever is breaking out, let's turn on the breakout bot. Or what you could do is just have your breakout bot looking at this function that we just built here today and run it when something's breaking out, right? So there's so many possibilities we can do from here. I'm super excited about this because this is super helpful for all of my strategies moving forward. And like I said, you know, I do this every single day. I build new trading algorithms and I put it on YouTube because it was super hard for me to learn all this information when I was trying to automate my trading. So I thought, hey, why not teach it, right? At least teach a piece of it. So I try to put as much as possible here on the YouTube. And all I ask is you do tap that like button if you do appreciate me sharing all this. I don't think many other algo traders are sharing this. Actually, I know for a fact because I tried to learn and it was super hard to learn. So if you appreciate all this, go ahead and tap that like button. Other than that, you know, I do invite you to my bootcamp. I make short videos. I give you all the code, walking through all of the new strategies that we build each day. And yeah, it's just a little bit more concise because I know these videos can get long because, like I said, I'm literally here building for doing my daily work, and yeah, I just include you in it. So appreciate your time today. Go ahead and tap that like button if you like what we built today. Subscribe if you do feel so inclined. Check out the Algo Trade Camp where everything is, all the code, all that good stuff. And hey, if you're not quite ready for that, don't worry about it. I'm gonna put another video here on the screen. Let's keep on coding and I'll see you there.